with talk.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And if you have not subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hey, look, fellas, I put the link out there. Look, this is purpose of the link, That's, we put it out there for participation. We don't have too many people wanting to hit that, but I would, suggest that you guys, if you have something to say, come on up and say it. Again, all we ask you to do is be respectable, but share your knowledge. There's no, we all have our own opinions on any and everything. So again, I'm always a true believer in at some point you got to agree to disagree. Tonight's show is going to be, I wanted to take y'all something, back to the past situation. When he always on the bus, but there's some special, some certain time moments that he wants you to tap into. Because I hear a lot of people think that because of the things that we were doing in our past, we didn't have nothing to really worry about. Like it was supposed to be legal. But if you go back and, just take a look at what was, because again, if you wasn't in the game, some of y'all probably wasn't even born, it's easy for you guys to say and think like that. That's like, people who talk about civil rights, but don't really understand the struggle of what it actually meant because you didn't live it. You weren't there. You wasn't there for the Watts riots. You can talk about what you seen, what you heard, but it's nothing like the people who actually lived it. They could tell you. Same with these dogs. There was a time period, and I remember us coming in, it was not like we were kids. We were man enough to be in the United States Marine Corps. 1982, I swear, I think I was just turning 21. So at that point in time, you got to go back and think about what was actually going on in the 80s. All right, for all my people out there who was born back in the early 80s, that's still after the 1976 situation. That's the early 80s. But let's get back and look what the 50s and 60s was like. In the 50s, they kind of took a little back seat to the Bulldog game, due to some of the things that was happening, even in the 50s. They start having the activists out there. But prior to that, they was throwing conventions, I'm trying to tell you, in the Madison Square Garden. If I can find that article, but I think Mo gonna take you back and just give you an idea as from a dog man from the 80s, gonna explain to you about the 50s, 60s, 70s, and the 80s. And then he'll take it from there, from the 90s to the 2000s. Y'all gonna see some of the same old conversations, some of the same ass shady shit, But through all of that was going on, you'll notice that the dogs still continue to be worthy of something to be talked about. Well, not just the damn dogs, the dogs and the dog men. Think about it. When Jack, now from my understanding, the first, when you start talking about the journals and the American Game Dog Times, just those books alone have their own story. I think in the beginning, even the UKC, I think back in the early 50s, recognized the first champion in their book. And I think they was actually the ones who started spearheading the legality of what was actually going on. But Mo's going to go on. He going to go over all that. You know what I'm saying? But keeping the thought in mind, I know sometimes out there in that Shark Tank, there's a lot of experience, men on the back street that will come in and sometimes put something in the chat, or in other cases, there's some that actually in the Shark Tank have a knowledge and experience and have an insight on what this game was built on. When we sit on these podcasts, for us anyway, and we talk about the things that was going on, as I was doing my research, y'all, and this is on the real, I can put up all of Fat Bill's books and, and just think that was a certain time period when he took it over and the things that he did. And look at all the stories. Now, just keep in mind, if it don't be for a lot of them stories, a lot of them interviews, a lot of them men and them dogs, we wouldn't know about them dogs. For real, for real. The American Game Dog Times was given a different version of the same game than the Sport and Dog Journal. So we can't kick Jack to the curb, because Jack had his own way of thinking, and his ability to want to promote this game the way he felt like it was needed. I think it was Jack had a major part in coming in with what it was to take a champion, to be a champion and a grand champion and register. He came up with all that. But you think about, if it don't be for that situation, how will things been, how could we have tracked it? Now, prior to all that, there were other men who were writing books and doing interviews, even to where this took off to be a popular sport. There was a lot of people writing stories about this shit. Men, it became very popular because as of like now, these dogs were new to the country. And by the time Tudor and them got their hands on it, they made it more like a profitable experiment, basically. Who was going to create the best American Pit Bull Terrier? That became the challenge, man. Everybody was, them dogs was coming in on that boat, but they wasn't, the story be told, trust and believe, they wasn't American Pit Bull Terriers. And I understand you had the Henry dogs, the old family dogs. All them dogs are like the old family dogs. Think about that. The old family dogs were a group of individuals that had a certain breed of dogs that they created. They put their name on it. That's what they ran with. They were called old family dogs. Then you had them Henry dogs. So imagine the people who's trying to get in this game and they collecting up their dogs and trying to do all the right, everything to put their own sauce on it. And then you think about all them dogs back there that we don't have, like Centipede. And, that was another bad one of the past, Mo. Searchy Jeff. There's another one. Pinscher. I mean, these are great dogs. Blackjack. These are dogs that had pictures. You know, old man Kobe. Think about them old time pictures, y'all. Think about that. Now, look how they was dressed. I mean, we can go back and we can pull up some memorabilia on the American Pit Bull Terrier dog game, and you're gonna see some of the, you know, cleanest people, and you know, listen to the stories, doctors, lawyers, people from all facts of life, and just think, as time moved on, a lot of things changed, but the dogs. And I always say a lot of things changed, but the dogs, because you had a lot of people throwing their own sauce. So you can't belittle what one man do to the next man and say, oh, he got American Pit Bull Terriers and this one over here. He don't, because it's, you know, the conflict in the breeding programs. But in the process of them making those breedings and creating their own sauce, you know, the title of American Pit Bull Terrier was, you know, it became like being a superstar. It became its own community. There wasn't very many people doing it, but because of the hype, the community got big. Then you start separating, you know, the quality of the dog, the quality of the dogmen. And that transformation kept going on and on and on and on, to the point to where, can we actually say that we, you know, who was a good big dog back then? I was just reading about one, 52-pounder. Who was a 52-pounder? Was it Budweiser? Well, I mean, there was a big dog back in there, and I was just happened to be reading about it. And I was wondering, this big dog kid, you know, everything that he bit, he was known for. And I'm talking about, this dog was out of the 50s. But I would try to picture a dog like that going into a big dog like Buddha and Mayday and Yellow John, you know, with them two, you know, if you ain't ever seen big dogs go, it's a sight to see. Because, you know, we used to have, we never had big dogs. We had little dogs, but we've seen a lot of big dogs go. And, you know, big dogs is like, you know, boxing and any contact sport. The big boys is always going to get, you know, they're going to get that love, man. They're going to get that shine all the time. And it was no different for us back there. The big dogs always got that shine. But then you compare the competition to the big dogs of back then compared to the competition now, you know, for our time. It was a lot more competition by our time came around. So when people was talking about big dogs, you know, who you be out there in them big dogs. Look, you're gonna see stories way back from the 50s and the 60s and to the 70s and the 80s. And I don't never remember one story that said they had problems with these big dogs matching up with these big dogs. I've never read it. You know, and if somebody reads that, you know, let me know, because again, I seen big dogs. I even seen them bringing little dogs going into big dogs. And that didn't have nothing to do with the lack of the big dog. That was just somebody who felt like he could come in there and whoop that big dog. You know, back then they didn't give a damn. But you're taking that same process, man, and you ask yourself, with all the modern technology that we have today, at what point will all my people that's out there, and you know, even the ones that's green that just getting their feet wet, at what point do you show up in the history of the process and the growth of this American Pit Bull Terrier? You know, there's a lot of guys that we talk about that I can actually pick up, y'all, and see them in books. You know, other people's books or other people on YouTube telling somebody else's story. Some of the old schoolers, not all of them, but you know, like the Untouchables. I think we down to one. What happens? You know, how do we keep their story alive? You know, Pat Patrick, the great Pat Patrick. Y'all know he's in hospice. You know, send my prayers out to another legendary dog, man. You know, that I've always looked at it trying to get a man his roses prior to, you know, this day ever coming. Because regardless of what people say in you know, in the now and what people used to say, if you get into these bulldogs and get away from everything that everybody's saying, just do your own research. One thing you're gonna learn that anything that man put his hands on, that you seen that Patrick behind it, there's a reason why you still seeing a bunch of damn Patrick in 2025. That shows enough damn what everybody say. Just look how long. The man is something 90-something years old. Come on. You know, that's like Floyd, Mr. Boudreaux. I mean, they getting up there in age, but why would we still talk about them? Because of the success of the dog. If you're in this community, you can't help but talk about what made this community what it was. So I am not trying to hear the nonsense about what the future is going to look like, because I had enough of the damn past to see and have an idea what the damn future going to look like. You're going to hear stories of talk about these fake asses, these puppy peddlers. I mean, there's not one decade, one, you know, that I can't go to that I can pick out people saying the same thing that I be saying in this day. Yep, them fake asses is out there. Them wannabes is out there. Them ones that want to talk shit and they, you know, and everything they talk about, they don't have nothing in them, you know, to get over that, you know, that wall. Never even had a dog. I mean, that shit was back then. Do it really take stories and other people telling you these stories? Like, that's one thing that the Journal and that Bill did. They have that bulldog forum where people just could write in, and you got people from all over the world writing in, giving up their opinion. You know, here we got YouTube. We streaming. You got a link where you can reach down there and hit that button and actually get the forum, you in the podcast, and tell your opinion and then your reasoning. That's like when they wrote their opinions on why they felt a certain type of way. They at least they had the courage to sit up there and write why they felt that certain type of way. You know, that was the difference, you know, when you could always reply back, you know, based on what you just read. And see, you didn't have that room for the screaming and the hollering and all that other bullshit, because, you know, some people see something that somebody wrote about them and they get furious, and the next thing you see them writing, they writing a damn story. How dare he write that? He wasn't even there. How the hell is the person that wasn't even there going to tell us what the story was? You know, there's stories like that. That's why I encourage you, if you really want to understand this game, you need to get the books. Schoolboys, Fat Bill, they got good books, man. And I'm talking about books that have stories about these people. And I always felt it was important for y'all to let's start right there, because there's a reason why y'all still saying Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal in today's time. There's a reason. There is a reason. And if you understand the game, you know them names gonna change over time. The thing is whose names are going to replace those names, regardless of what it is. Remember, there's, you know, I always talk about people worried about this game moving forward. When I never worried about what this community was going to look like moving forward, because the concerns that y'all have today, I'm telling you, y'all, they still had them same concerns. But you sometimes you just got them ones that just, they know the risk. They've always known that risk. I can't tell you why a bulldog man is willing to take that risk. You know, I can't tell you. My brother said it's the love of the game. It's the love of the dog. You're going to find a lot of them bulldog men who's going to say the same thing. Some will tell you, yeah, the law, you know, it's just not worth it. But a lot of them will tell you the people in the game ain't shit. They ain't, you know, the game ain't the same. You'll hear that story a whole lot. It's just not the same. Okay, well, in order you to understand what makes it not the same, you got to know where it was coming from to understand why that change, you know, that we deal with in the now is really not nothing new to the now. I mean, to the old. It's same old shit. Thing is, can the bulldog overcome that? To me, they always have. But tonight, we're gonna jump back here in the past because, you know, we talked that, but again, anytime we start talking, I always want, you know, I try to get more. Man, they need to just not hear you talk. Maybe they need to hear this from other, you know, other people. You know, well, they don't come in, you know, in the chat and say nothing. So that means I got to go out and do my homework and go throw some things where he can show you that, hey, this game has always, you know, survived through all the changes. The thing is first of all, we got to go back to the man and the dog. And that's what I want to start with. I want to start with the man and the dog. All right, Mo, it's on you, bro.
What's up, everybody?
I'm mute your mic.
What up? What up? What up? What up?
What's up, everybody?
What's up, everybody?
Big shout out, y'all.
Big shout out, y'all. Everybody showing up tonight.
That's me. Hold on. Let me.
All right, y'all. Thanks for coming out tonight. Let's see what we got going here. Mikey, make your shout out.
Hey, before I get started, let me give my shout outs to all my people out there in the Shark Tank Bloodthirst #1, aka Habit 360 in the house. I see you, fam. Long time supporter, the one and only, the Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Hellraiser Gene Lewis, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? Show enough, the Dirty Hill. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Tony Montana, American Pitbull Terrier in the house. What up, fam? Yo, long time supporter, the one and only, my man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Let's see what else I got down here. CTK, Constant Trauma Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Supreme Excellence in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. John Dembry. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my homeboy, 614 Tree. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to Union County in the house. What up? Bam! big shout out to my man Skip Bells in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Meltdown Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, the one and only the Mad Doctors in the house representing the D. What up, fam? Yo, representing Texas, my man Gallery Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Long time no see, fam. Casino Life Prayers in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to the longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. Burning Stars in the house. What up, fam? Yo, I see you. Big shout out to new member in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, my man Marty Mars in the house. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Yep, y'all. I got that link down there. Get if anybody, just in case, you get too far ahead. Y'all want me to put the link up, just put the link up. And it's on you.
All right, y'all. I guess we're ready to do this right now. Let's do this. Pack up your shit. Grab your mutts. I ain't gonna call them mutts tonight. I'm gonna call them bulldogs. We're going into some bulldogs tonight. Bring your gear. Bring your gear. Make sure you're bringing the right one so you can feel that pleasure. Not so much the pressure, but the pleasure. All right, now. Hey, I'm just gonna jump right into this thing. I'm always talking stuff about situations that I run in, and we had those little conversations, about people, registering their matches. People had their excuses for not registering their matches, and then they turn around and get mad when nobody know their ass. Then they find themselves the only person who can tell the story. You can't even go dig up somebody to come in here and tell your story for you. You didn't did so damn much. You shouldn't have no problem with somebody coming up in here saying the story for you. You know what I mean? There's enough of us out there, somebody can come up there and make some happenings, but that's one of those things that we always seem to bump into. I want to bring something to your attention. I want to start there. Okay. One quick sec. I'm gonna start right here. This is that Book of Champions, 1972 to 1983. I told you I was gonna bring this thing back up. But there's one little piece that I want to share with y'all. I want y'all to roll out with this with me, okay? It's gonna be this conversation right here. Okay, so I'm gonna start right here, page 1, y'all. Page 1. So many years ago, the Bloodlines Journal, the official publication of the United Kennels Club, awarded the title of champion to a dog that had won 3 matches. As time went by, the Bloodlines Journal became less and less tolerant of matching dogs, finally coming out definitely against, and then finally coming out definitely against it. The practice of registering champion was all but discarded. And in 1972, Don Mayfield, then the publisher of the Pit Dog Report, revived the registering of champions and set forth the following rules by which a dog would be registered as a champion. Number 1, a dog must win 3 matches in condition against a dog that is also in condition. Number 2, a report of all three wins must appear in the magazine and must be reported in a reasonable length of time after the match. Number 3, if a dog loses a match but has won 3, he can still qualify for his championship. Number 4, in order for a dog to be registered as a champion, the following must be supplied to the magazine. A, the issues of the magazine that the matches were reported in. B, the dog's birthday. C, the colored picture of the dog. D, a 4-generation pedigree of the dog. Okay, them 4 things right there with the A, B, C, and D really kind of set the format that, that the journal continued to use for many years. There were changes. There were changes because later on, it says right there at number 2, well, really number 1, a dog must win 3 matches in condition against a dog that is also in condition. If you notice, say we had 2 conditioned dogs. That means we don't have to have 4 weeks. We don't have to have 8 weeks. We don't have to have 6 weeks. Maybe we don't even have to have a week. As long as we bring some dogs in condition. You know what I'm saying? Basically, is that what it means? So those are some of those changes that, got kind of, rectified because it's not made clear. You got 2 conditioned dogs run into each other. They might have been walking down the street. If we consider that a reportable match to go into the journal, then it comes down to contract. You have to, down there, have a down there contract that has to set up the date, time, now you got them intricate pieces added to it to take out that basically off the chain look. Because by these rules, we could have used all 9 of Barracuda's matches. If Barracuda stayed in shape and anybody that wanted to run into them, they didn't come with a dog that wasn't in shape. You know what I mean? They just wasn't reporting the matches. A lot of those Mayday dogs were doing that and they weren't reporting the matches. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. Now, Sporting Dog Journal and Pet Pal magazines also following these rules registered champions. In the showing years since Pit Dog Report resurrected the practice originated by Bloodlines Journal, hundreds of dogs have qualified for the title of champion. This book is a listing of every dog who has qualified under these rules to be known as a champion. Therefore, a champion is a dog that has won 3 matches in which both dogs were conditioned for that particular dog, for that particular match. That it does not mean that any particular dog is superior to any other dog, except, of course, for the 3 he won over. It does not mean that the dog is an absolute ace. It does not mean he is the very best at his weight. It merely means that he was good enough to win 3 times against another dog whose owner was so convinced he had a better dog that he was willing to wager something of value to prove. Remember what I told you? Guys, I always told y'all, always respect the person across from you. It's very important that you respect the person across from you, because you wouldn't be able to win shit if you were standing over there with an empty corner. And there's no way you're going to tell me somebody is coming in here to wager with the absolute confidence that they came in to lose. But give a damn who was sitting on the other side of that corner. You know what I mean? It could have been a 12-time winner going into a first-time out dog. Are we going to be booing the first-time out dog for going into that 12-time winner? Yeah, we're going to be booing his ass. We're going to be betting the house against him. But how do we know? How do you know that 12-time winner can whip this dog? Because that man didn't just step over there on that wall feeling like he couldn't win. Came over that wall with that dog because he felt like he could. And he gave it a Saturday or Sunday or Friday. You just don't know. You just got to have the confidence and belief in your dog to see. That's the part. The part is very important. You got to go see. You got to put the work in to go find out, regardless, because great dogs are still going into other people. And everybody who didn't want to be the great dog. A great number of great dogs are not listed on these pages. There's another important part you heard me speak on. Let me say that again. A great number of great dogs are not listed on these pages. Dogs that I have no doubt are superior to some of the dogs listed herein. However, the fact remains these dogs won at least 3 times. No easy task, and are entitled to some place of honor in our sport. This book provides some of that honor. Okay. The title of champion must be tempered with some considerations. There are areas in the country and other countries as well in which the competition is tough. Texas in the late 60s and in the early 70s was a tougher than usual place to win in. The Cajun country was always tough. The Carolinas in the late 50s and the early 60s, the Southeast in the middle in the late 70s, the West Coast in the Southwest in the 70s, and many others were tough places to win a match. Not because the dogs were any better in those places in those times, but because of the number of dogmen. Hear that? The number of dogmen who were interested enough to obtain the very best and were willing to back their choices with hard-earned cash. Through sheer weight of numbers, these places were tough to win in. You hear that? Through sheer weight of numbers. These places were tough to win in. You got them kind of numbers, that means there's everybody getting involved. What do you think is going to happen when you start clashing? The trash is not going to last long, because the trash is going to be the first wave. Once you got the trash out of the picture, now you're on a different caliber of set of dogs. Then you knock that criteria out of the box, and now you're on another criteria. And guess what starts happening through all this bunch of competition? It starts shaping up. Where now you starting to get down into that end of that barrel, where now you got the great ones looking at each other. Now they're looking at each other and they're looking at them weights. Yeah, I got a 37 too. And that's when the great ones start coming together, because it's all about competition. You just don't want a great dog. You want to see how great your dog is by putting him on a great dog. Okay? That is not to designate other areas, for they all have their share of great dogs. But in all honesty, it was easier to hit a soft spot in some places than it was in others. I'm equally sure that the geological location of tough competition will be forever changing in many years today, and many changes. Okay, well, I got lost there. Okay, I am equally sure that the geological location of tough competition will be forever changing in many areas today, in which it might be hard to even find a pit dog might turn out to be the next hotbed of competition. Nova Scotia, at one time around the turn of the century, was the place to match a dog, as were the New England states, New York, and Chicago during the early parts of this century, right up to until the 1920s and 30s. However, we are dealing here within these pages of the years between 1970 and 1983. And there were some places. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Missing connecting thoughts. However, we're dealing here within these pages of the years between 1970 and 1983, and there were some places where the competition was tougher than others. Therefore, view these pages with some common sense. These are not a list of the greatest dogs that ever lived. It is a list of dogs that qualify for the title of champion. Under the rules that we use today, 99% of them are much better than average. Many were aces, and even a very few probably don't even deserve the title. It is up to you, the readers, to make those judgments for yourself. There's another factor that has great influence on what dogs appear on these pages. DOGMEN come in all shapes and forms. Some care very little for titles and the like. Some couldn't care less about the awards and the notoriety their dogs receive. It is enough to them that they know they have a good dog. I could list a number of dogs who, without a doubt, deserve to be called champions, whose owners simply don't care. For whatever the reason, they have never applied for the recognition. Many of them are great dogs and are conspicuous by their absence. However, for whatever the reason, their owners either never cared enough or have shied away from the popularity. Oh, I'm sorry. Has shied away from the publicity. In these days of overbearing laws, in any case, I believe that any dog who deserves the credit should get it. Personally, when I have a good one, I want the world to know it. I'm proud of him or her, and I believe that anyone who has a dog that qualifies as a champion and don't claim that credit is doing himself and his dog a disservice for not claiming what his dog has accomplished. As I have said before, it takes all kinds. The gambler who simply uses his dog as a means to gamble, the amateur sportsman who is just waiting for that 1 in a million dog, and then the true dog man who, no matter what, has the interest of the dogs above all else. It is also worth mentioning that some of the really great dogs of this time and era never were offered the opportunity to be awarded the title of champion. Many great dogs had the misfortune to run into that dog that he couldn't whoop for whatever the reason. For example, Bully Son was a great dog, a two-time winner at the time that he was matching to his son, Benny Bob. The fact that Bully Son lost does not make him any less of a dog. One has only to scan these pages to see the number of times Bully Son is listed in the pedigrees of the dogs in the compilation of champions. Much the same could be said for his little-mate brother, Eli Jr., who was retired to stud after winning twice. Tooters Darbo, probably the greatest stud dog of all time, a one-time winner, who could doubt that he could have easily won the required 3 had he been matched. One thought that comes readily to my mind was, since I have always been of the opinion that he was one of the greatest dogs I have ever seen, was Petroni's Sioux Boy, Pepinelli's Sioux Boy, a two-time winner who was matched too soon after his second win into a dog, the Rose Spice, who was made to order to whip a dog like Sioux. Noriega's Patches, one of the best bitches I ever saw, lost her third time out to Jerose Jennifer in 3 hours and 20 minutes. I honestly believe Patches could have whipped any bitch in the world at her weight, but on this day, all the breaks went against her and she lost to a great bitch who was going for her first time out. Had these bitches not had the misfortune of being matched into each other, there is no telling how many either one could have won. Broketail, who died after his second win, mostly because of the stupidity of his owner, the author of this story, he was a little mate to champion drummer and twice the dog that drummer ever was. The list is endless. And would take a book in itself to describe the dogs that were good enough to be a champion, but for any number of legitimate reasons were not. There's one other factor that I would like to touch upon. In compilation of this kind, there will also be a number of critics who are only too willing to malign any dog that has gained some degree of fame. I suppose I can best explain by citing something from my own personal experience. Years ago, I won 3 times with a dog called Drummer. Up until that time, I had been involved with bulldogs for over 18 years. Drummer was my first champion. I had a gang of two-time winners, including Drummer, Sire, and Down, but Drummer was my first champion. After he won his third, one critic, after congratulating me, told me that I shouldn't be too proud of my dog. After all, he only beat over the hill champion his first time out. A cur that had quit before his second win, and just a puppy for his third win. Dusty Long's champion Blaze was a 6-year-old when Drummer beat him, but Dusty thought his dog was good enough to win. The Cold Town twins, Bear, had lost previously, but they thought they could win, and Joe Z had a youngster, not quite two, but Joe was sure his dog could win. Why should Drummer be criticized for doing the best that he could? That was sure good enough. It was then that I realized that kind of criticism was really not directed at the winning dog, but against the 3 dogmen he won over for losing. Well, those 3 fellas are still in the dog game. And they are still doing their fair share of winning, and Drummer's critics. Well, after all these years, the next time he steps over that 2.5-foot wall with a dog under his arm, it will be his first time. All right. Now, I want to touch in on what he was talking about. Here. Okay. What happened? All right, go. Let's talk about this. Let's take a look. I'm going to be checking the chat. I'm going to have Mike checking the chat, and I want y'all to give me some insight. All right. Okay. Now, let's first of all, let's talk about the purpose of recording your matches. You know, like he said, a lot of guys that didn't really wasn't, looking for no fame, because even if you ain't looking for it, I'm pretty sure that's not why you was doing it. A lot of guys was doing it because they wanted to gamble. And then you have some guys out there who wanted it not for the fame, but for the competition, to be able to say that they had a great dog. There's different fashions in this. But I want y'all to give me your opinions on, not only the rules of making a champion, but all that goes into making a champion. Getting your matches reported. Remember, we started adding referees. Okay? As the game changed, they started, having referees where, you just couldn't pull a referee out the hat. You wanted to be able to have a referee that was a recognized referee. Then they start using the number system as far as recognizing reputable kennels and separating them from kennels that weren't as reputable. Putting stars over there by the referee's name, letting you know this is a recognized reputable kennel to the journal. Or, you know what I'm saying? Now, there's a few times in there, you go through most of the journals, you'll find a couple recognized kennels, it's not recognized in one match, but then he's recognized in another match in the same publication. I'm pretty sure it's hard when you're doing a publication to just kind of catch everything. Did somebody write a a note to Jack and say, well, Jack, you got me on page 17 as a recognized, but you got me on page 24 and I ain't recognized. You know, ain't it too late? It's already been published. I'm pretty sure if somebody's seen it, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, they would pick up on it. We got one of those on, I think it was Mom Nim, where Never Say Never, Let Them Go. 1 minute, you know, they're not recognized, but then the next minute, they're recognized. Church boys, they weren't recognized, you know, but in the long run, they got recognized, you know, but they definitely got their championship, you know, and was recognized by their championship because, you know, I refereed, I know I refereed 2 of their shows, you know, so, you know, they got their recognition in the end because they had champions and Jack registered them dogs in the Sporting Dog Journal. Now, if Jack catches you, you know, and he doesn't feel that, you know, there's not much that, you know, he would do, but he would hold back, you know, or he would do his investigation, you know, or somebody brings something to his attention, like they did with Beeline, you know, because there was a lot of things going on then. Because what happens is, if you got a good dog or you're dealing with good dogs, you're playing in a world of sharks. There's a lot of guys out there now, probably in this day and age, in the basement. There's a world of competition. And in that world of competition, some guys got that dog that they don't want to just go into anybody. They want to take their dog into the best. That means they looking for them heavyweight titles. They want to take they 1-time or 2-time winner and put him into the best thing that they can find out there. Most champions, you know, most guys don't like jumping on 2-time winners because, you know, you end up dog never making his championship, you know, going into a dog that didn't won twice. But then, and like in our case, we always was shooting for the sky because we were dealing with DOGMEN that was pretty well situated, and that seemed like that's always what they did. You know, they just didn't look for anybody, you know, so it wasn't no secret that, you know, my mentality was like theirs because I was bought in like that. You go looking for the best. Let's get it out the way. Because you keep on falling into this easy shit and your dog is looking good, how you gonna know the depth of your dog? How you gonna know the depth of your dog if you're not putting the pressure on him to find out what kind of dog you really got? So we always look for multi-winners. You know, Brad's first time out, Mama's first time out. We didn't want a 1-time winner. We didn't want a first time out dog. We wanted some 2-time winners. Shit, we were trying to get our get back from losing Red Ace. You know, my promise was I'm never going to lose a big match. Because I know what I'm bringing. I know my dogs is up there with the good ones. So I've always went after 2-time winners. If you give me a champion, I'll take him. But a guy that got a 2-time winner, run across a kennel, just got a bunch of great kennels with him, hey, they're going to take that 1-time winner or first-time out dog because they believe in their 2-time winner, and it would be nice for them to whoop that first-time out dog based on the kennel who's coming with him. So, yeah, you're going to get those matches because, you know, who wouldn't be managing an animal and feel like, you know, he can win his championship on a good dog, even though it might be his first time out. It's a good kennel targeting him. So he's going to realize he is a 2-time winner. You know, and they're going to take that shot. And they usually do. The ones that we got did, because Brad and Pretty Mama, all 3 of their matches were against 2-time winners. It says, GSK, how many champions did you beat? I never beat a champion. I lost to a grand champion. I can tell you I killed one, but I didn't beat her. I feel like this. After Red Ace beat on Tommy Boy, one thing that I know somebody figured out real good. And guess what that was? That was, be careful messing with them dudes. Oh, everybody in the country knew when Red Ace killed Tommy Boy because everybody was tripping out, who is that bitch? Okay? But then I come back with Brat and Pretty Mama. I took shots at everybody. Because you already know I'm not scared to go into shit. You know, don't forget, I took a shot at LOD. Remember, I beat the Legion of Doom with Mikey. You know, one thing I don't do, I don't pick and choose, but I'm always trying to find the best. And I don't even think somebody in their right mind would ever want to take their champion and go into such a dog like Brat. It's like us trying to go after Buck Rogers with Kunta, knowing that, you know, not knowing that Kunta was Buck Rogers' grandfather. You think that they would give us that match with Kunta? No, they didn't. Maybe it was because of, you know, they knew that was Little Mayday. You know, the fact is, you know, everybody, you can't always get the lineup that you want. You know, me personally, I wasn't looking for records to beat. I was looking for people to beat. You know, and yes, I would pick a champion, but I'm not going to slow down my career because I can't get the champions that I want. But if you got a champion and I got a dog, trust me, you might not want to risk your champion going into my first time out dog. Like I said, look what happened to Tommy. She made grand champion, but that's all she did that night. And she went into a first time out dog. You know, I mean, a lot of our shows, Pretty Mama got best in show, and we were on cards with the Church Boys. We was on the cards with Never Say Never. We was on the card with Let 'Em Go. We've been on the card with BLB. We've been on the card with Joe and Nate. We've been in many shows, but I don't think you would take your champion into me. If you had a champion, I would want to see if you had a champion Space Force. You had a champion, I had a first time out dog. What would stop you from putting your champion on me? If you really believe that your dog was really that good and you know you was going into Going Hard Kennels, like a lot of people know who we are, a lot of people who know what kind of dogs we bring, I'm pretty sure you would second guess taking that type of chance. Because we do ruin shit. A lot of two-time winners that didn't make champions. I can name, what, 6 two-time winners that lost. 6 going into us. Breaks got put on hold. Never made champion. I didn't even forgot about Judo with Jughead. Judo, that's 7. Crybaby be the 2-time winner. You know, a lot of guys was trying to make champion. And then I forgot about Bruiser when we beat the Robinson. Yeah, we did. We went into that champion Thor dog, the Robinsons down in the Carolinas. So that was one. We lost to Tommy Boy. We lost that one when we beat one. But we got a whole lot of 2-time winners under that record because a lot of them that didn't make champion. But the thing is, it's the competition. I wasn't looking for a first-time out dog. I wasn't looking for a 2-time winner. You know, give me a 2-time winner or a champion. I'll take that if I can get it. If I can get it. You know, what you really want to do is you really want to get in. Oh, my man said, yeah, I can tell he's speaking truthfully. I mean, my record speaks for that. Remember, it's not like my shit ain't posted in the journal. You know what I mean? So it's like, competition. There's a match that I prefer. I wish, like they said, I wish me and the dog that Psycho went into had never met, because it would have been real good, legendary show. We would have been up there with Buck and Sandman, Radar and Martell, if these dogs had been champions, because both dogs were champions. That's no doubt. They just never made it to, because they ran into each other too early in their careers. But those were two dogs that I would love to just do that all over again. Let both dogs make champion, and then let's go do it. So there's dogs out there that's calling out one of the dogs of the decade. That he had to take a seat back and take a retirement pill because of the fact that you got people hounding. You got people looking for them. We are sharks. We don't care. Remember, I came all the way down and went in the crossroad. You think I'd give a damn about lock and load in them on crossroad? No. Or if I did care, I would have never went into them. You think I cared when we went in the missing link? No, because they missing link, I'm supposed to be worried. My dog don't know how to read. I'd rather go into a kennel that's recognized, not because he's recognized, but because I know he's going to come with a good dog. I want to see if my dog can whoop his dog. You understand where I'm coming from? That's the way you do it. It's not who you beat. It's what you want when you go out there looking to beat. And we, like I said, we are sharks. Back then we were sharks. We are looking like everybody else. Deep South, they're looking. Stone City, they're looking. Hardcore, they was looking. Abraham, they looking. Loctite, everybody that I ran with. Everybody I ran with, BLB with Satan. We all look for that competition. We're not looking for an easy way out, because how do you know what's easy? How do you know you're going into an easy dog? Unless it's coming out of your hood. How about if you just calling away and don't know who the hell they coming with? Huh? You know what I'm saying? Bring it. That's how it is. That's all I'm calling it, is a wait. Gets to the point where, hey, you don't think my name mattered? Bullshit. Bullshit. When Brat Mama was out there, wasn't nobody throwing up nobody in front of Brat. I would have loved to do a May on somebody's ass. I would have loved to redeem myself with that loss to Tommy Boy. And in the long run, he was not in my hands, but I tell you the kind of caliber dog I had. Little Mayday went out there and stopped Wacko ass, didn't he? Understanding that, where he come from? Who's his litter mate? Who's his daddy? So why would it's not a pick and choose thing. When you got a bulldog, you don't give a damn. Get a man credit who don't know. But he bold enough to grab a dog and come in there and come after your ass. Then that means he's stepping over that wall believing he can beat you. So it doesn't matter. Because he losing the same amount of money as a great kennel standing over there with a great dog. Point is, them dogs don't know how to read. They don't know. Hey, big shout out to J-Rock. What's up, baby? Hey, good. Hey, I see that, J-Rock. Where'd you drop that, man? Thank you. So understanding that and understanding when you're talking about, when you're talking about, how the things work out. Too, we seen 4-time winners going to 1-time winners for their grand championship. Remember, Tommy Boy, a 4-time winner, after going no longer than 22 minutes 4 times, gave me the opportunity to go into her with a first time out dog. So would you think anything less of Tommy for going into me knowing what you know now? They knew who we were. Or they knew who we were. But what do we have? We didn't have shit. You know, to them, it was probably a joke. Us coming after Tommy Boy with Tommy Boy crushing everything. You know what I mean? Did they really believe that was going to be an easy walk in the park? They invited me. I came. So how about asking those guys, you know, why did y'all go after Twin and them? Because evidently Twin and them weren't worried about y'all. So that should tell you my mindset anyway. You know, I'll take on a grand champion if you put one in front of me. That I proved that point. So what do you think I think about a damn champion? I think champions thought about me and they stayed out of my way. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring a good one. But good competition, never had a problem getting it. You know, you get a reputation of bringing in killers. Believe me, things get hard. You're gonna be wanting everybody to know who you are. All you want to do is bring the weight. You know how many times we didn't walk up to them, got up to a match and got on the scale, and the people realized who it was going into, and then looked around at the guy who set it up and said, "Man, you trying to backdoor me and pay the forfeit and go home?" All because somebody didn't tell them they was going into us, or they was going into Buck Rogers, or they was going into Brat. Yeah, it wasn't easy as you think it was when you do got a name. You know? Shit, add roster man. You know? Shit, they wasn't expecting to see Satan that night. You know what I mean? They wasn't the boys that had Jughead. Jughead was going for his championship. I don't think they was expecting to see Judo. All they know is they took the match because they were going into a one-time loser, one-time winner. Jughead was a two-time winner. You know, they didn't need to know. You know, when they did know, you know, what was it to be worried about? RC and the So-So, everybody was there because it was the RC and the So-So boy's daughter. I think it was off of Magnum, a son of Magnum. You know, did I care? I'm not the one jumping in there. I'm going to be in there with him, but my dog can't read. He don't know. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They don't know. Them the only ones got to go in there doing the work, not me. They do. So I think it's just respecting both sides. Respect those that win. You got to give them theirs. But you also got to respect the person that lose. Because without him, you wouldn't have a win. And if anybody ever out there that back then in my time that asked them, they would tell you, who wants to give Twin and them a crack at it? You better ask them boys over there at Gangville. Ask them how it felt to know that when you got a killer, who wants to jump in there with that killer? Only another person that got that kind of confidence in their killer will want to come and try a killer. It's not that easy to be recognized and known for the kind of dogs you bring. I don't think too many people will be so quick to jump up there. It really takes a lot. You know, of a dog man that's more like the dog man that I am. Let's see what happened. Hey, big shout out to Hemi James. Hey, what's up? Is that Noonie? I know that. I hope that ain't Noonie James from Detroit. If that ain't Noonie, then nice to meet you, Noonie James. I know my boy Noonie from Detroit. He was another great dog, man. He got a lot of damn stories. But yeah, I mean, that's what I liked about Detroit area. And I can't just say Detroit. I liked it Michigan area because it was just not Detroit. Michigan as a whole. New York as a whole. Pennsylvania as a whole. Louisiana as a whole. Puerto Rico as a whole. The DMV as a whole. You know, South Carolina as a spot. These are hot spots where, look, I'm going after whoever out there. I'm coming. No matter what you're sitting on. You see what I'm saying? So it's not how many champions that you beat, because you're not going to get all champions unless you really got a bunch of damn money and you got a real low profile. You know, that's just the bottom line. Back then, that was just the bottom line. You know, we took our shot with Tommy. After what we did to Tommy, I think everybody was being careful because they know we looking for a get back. No, you know, didn't too many people have a lot of luck with going into the Legion of Doom. And Legion of Doom really didn't do a lot of dogs. I mean, Luther beat all the people I know. His first couple matches, he was going into guys that literally saw Luther roll as a young dog. He didn't look good. Ohio Cash put one on him. And then one of the other dudes that I know, they claimed they stopped him. Lucky Orion 9 said Tommy was a bad dog. You know, let me tell you something, or Lucky. Tommy was a bad dog. You know, but I'm going to tell you, she was more of a gamer dog than a bad dog compared to Red Ace. Because Red Ace came there and she did not want to fight. But that did not mean that Red Ace couldn't fight. You know what I'm saying? Because Tommy was a badass, but Red Ace killed her and put her on her ass in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's how badass she was. She was game. That's what made her a badass, because she took that beating and we took her out of whole count, got back up in that corner and crawled back across that pit. Okay? That's what made her a badass, that crawl. Okay? She just a lucky dog that Red Ace came there and didn't want to fight, or we would have killed her and it wouldn't have went 10 minutes. You understand what I'm saying on that tip? Yeah, she was a badass, but trust me, when it came down to fighting, Red Ace was better than her. Because remember, she was whooping dogs under 22 minutes, but it only took us 5 minutes to knock her out the box. And she didn't make it after that match. So she literally got killed by a curve that night. The BDK Melly was one of the best dogs I ever saw. Your bitch rolled into her. Oh, yeah. You talking about down there? Yeah, Red Ace. That's who we put Red Ace on. Did he tell you what happened? Did he tell you what happened? Did he tell you how fast he grabbed her out of there? Yes, he got a chance to see her. Thank God for my buddy. We friends like that. But even he was surprised. She was a freak. Red Ace was a freak of nature. She had Grand Champion Ace's style, but she had the ability of Grand Champion Ace to stifle shit. Can't tell you where it came from. It could have came from Tommy Spider, could have came from Zebo, it could have came from Angus, but the dog had an unbelievable mouth, and she had a destructive style, that back end style. And that was the trademark to the going hard dog. Yeah, BDK, yeah, he definitely had that little female. She was definitely rough, but it surprised the shit out of him what happened to her. So after seeing what we saw on that we wasn't worried about Tommy Boy. We had seen enough with Red Ace on males. Yeah, she was a straight killer, but she was, like I said, and so was Tommy. You know, Tommy was too, but it didn't make a difference. It didn't make a difference. Red Ace was what you would call the ultimate killer machine. Because she was definitely a killer machine who was beating up on some very talented, rough-ass dogs. Country Boys, Mad, Jimbo, Goldmouth, Joy, all Detroit. You know, you wanted to do this? I'm trying not to. But I don't got my list. I don't got nothing to go through. You know, there's a lot of dogs out there I can talk about. But as about the list, I'm only going on the questions and stuff. I could talk about Buck Rogers. I could talk about a lot of the dogs out there that want other than the Red Ace, but I hardly ever talk about any of them. Because like there's a whole book of them up. You know? I don't do shows on them because if I did, you know, I'd have been doing them by now. There's a lot of dogs out there, not just the ones that we have, but the ones that other people use. The genetics and the genes in those dogs made those dogs very special dogs. They were the catalyst of what started out to be good, you know. They just carried it on. Stop directing. Just enjoy the show, please. I'm off on I'm not even on the old Peace Sparks anymore. Going down through checking out the chat, though. Let's see, Dosette and Original Bounty Hunter. They were good dog men. They had good matches too. Those Dosette, yeah. You know, that was good. They was pretty good. But they were good dog men. You can't get a match unless you get somebody hooked into you. No, it moved, so I couldn't, you know, come over here looking. I wasn't thinking that was worth putting up there, though. You're talking about this one right here. That. Well, okay, yeah, Doucette and Original Bounty Hunter, they was good dogs. This is another one I'll put up since I did question him so everybody see what he was saying. Yeah, she was a good dog. But Red Ace did eat her up. I mean, it wasn't even 5, I think it went 9 minutes. But then we had one named Miss Shit that she was doing the same thing as Citrus Kennel. Citrus Kennel came twice. He didn't believe the first time. He went and got another one. He had to find out twice. That wasn't no free. So my own KP put one on her twice and got the same result. She was just as good as a dog as Red Ace, a freak. And that was some shit off of Twisted, crossed with some Nico and Champion Sugar. Stone City, hardcore. Come on now. In going hard and deep south all in one dog. Yeah, she was special. Yeah, Mad was a good one. I don't know about I don't know about MAD being, and you know, those are all great kennels, that's for damn sure. They all wasn't Detroit, but they were definitely good kennels around the country. You forgot McNasty, you forgot Noonie, you forgot Big Ralph, Flash, Original Bounty Hunter, West Side Hoorah, you know, True Colors, Suburbanite Paul, Armin. You know, Detroit got a whole list of great dog men. Big Leonard. Who remember Big Leonard? That was my boy. You know, Pac-Man. They were all great dog men. Yeah, Chico Nicholas, if you look at her pedigree, yeah, she was definitely bred like that. What's up, K-Walt? Any good dogs out of Florida you can recall? Yeah, deep south. I can recall a lot of great ones out of Florida. I can down there say every damn Mayday dog is out of Florida. The only Mayday dog that I can't say was out of Florida was Red Ace, bred to Brat. Brat was not out of Florida. Brat was out of Ohio. Her mama come from Ohio. But all the other Mayday dogs, they was like they're down there in Florida. They got distributed around the country after they was started winning. You know, I know many great dogs down here. Look at my boy I had on the show, Slingshot. Look at the Colored Brothers, Super Kennel, Cuban Missile Link, Deep South, No Name Kennel. Yeah, there's a lot of great kennels. Southern Kennel. You know, there's a lot of great kennels. Pompano Kennels. You know, there's a lot of great kennels down there in Florida. You know, I can't forget Ron Newman, Tommy Walker. Come on, R.E.P. Mr. Patterson. Come, man, I know them all. I can't. Florida Mike, Blizzard Kennels, Old Field for Blizzard Kennels. If I'm saying it right. You know, there's good kennels everywhere I've been. You know, that's what really takes me out there around the country that I can sit there and say these kennels is because I've been around Stone City, Florida, Hardcore Kennels, Florida, Horse and Scooter, Florida, Bull Skull, Florida. Y'all feel what I'm saying? The Quick 7, you know what I'm saying? I'm putting them out there, baby. This man is a living. What's that mean? Hey, Noonie, what's LVIN? And ZOV. I'm just trying to make sure there's somebody you trying to name here, because I don't want to get it wrong. Because it sounds like you saying this man is living. Does he mean he's still alive? Who is that? Zoo? No, I was just checking. But a lot of these dogs that I'm talking about, you're gonna find them in the journal. You're gonna find them in the journal. Now I could have went back to that old book and showed you all those when Art and Jeep and all them won their championships back then. They didn't really put their opponents in there on who they beat. That 1972 83 book don't have that list of winners. Like when Jack started putting them mugs up there as far as, you know, recording them. Well, you know what I mean? Oh, you talking about me, Judy? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Thank you, man. If that's me you talking about, thank you. Oh, definitely. I can tell you, I've been around. I've seen a lot, and that's true. But I'm asking, are you the Noonie that I know? The Detroit Noonie? That's all I was asking, because the Detroit Noonie, you know, that's my dude. That's the legend. I am not, but like I tell you guys, or I might be full of information, but the guys that you hear me ratting off, if I was at the gate, if I was in heaven, guess what? I'd be working the gate. So all the great ones, because I'm on the last of the, the person at the last of the list, he got to stand guard until somebody replaces him. You know what I mean? I would still be standing at the gate waiting on somebody to step up to where I can go and hang out with all the great ones, where I can feel like I belong up there with them. To let them come on this show, they will sit there and tell every single one of y'all. I can bring them all through here, and they're going to always, all of them going to say, Twin is just as much as the legendary as us. But to us, to me and my brother, we don't see it. Because we learned from them. I could never feel like I stepped on the same stand with them. I don't mind standing down. You know what I mean? I don't mind being in that standing down position, because all I ever wanted was the feeling that I can be and do what they were doing with their dogs. And that was have some badass shit and winning with it. You know, I can't tell you, you can put me in a comparison to any of them. And I done with Cuban Mr. I done with the many good kennels. But can I say I'm better than Missing Link? I don't know. I don't think so. I beat him before, but I don't think so. He's not. He's a competitor, so I'll never turn him down if he wants some. You know, back then it was like that. Mr. Divine, he's a great one. My dog didn't beat him before. You know? But can I say I was better than him? No. No, I don't take my legendary status that my mentors put on me. You heard Mama. For those who done heard Mama on this show, you done heard several of them on this show sit there and say, Twin, you're legendary. I didn't self-proclaim myself, because you hear where I'm at. I'm telling you, if I'm in heaven and I'm watching the gate, and all the great kennels that I looked up to is up in there, inside partying, I'm still at the door. That means for me to move, somebody got to take my position. And I'm at the bottom of the totem pole, so it ain't going to be easy getting in the gate. If this is who they left at the gate, I can say everybody behind me is better than me. But for you to get me off this gate, you got to come and get this. And I'm going to be standing there at that gate, and I'm not going to make it easy for your ass to get in there. And that's probably what makes me great with these guys that I don't believe I can stand with. You know, because those are the people that I looked up to. Those are the people that I studied. You know, hey, Fresh DGSB, baby. Who'd you beat? Which one of them did you beat? Here, let me go ahead and put you up there so you can tell me. You said you beat him too. Which one? Which one did you beat? Mr. Link, Mr. Divine. I know that's one of the names that I spoke up on. You know, I'm gonna give you a chance to answer that one on the way through. But I'm trying to tell you, it's a lot of that you just have to understand. And I mean, and y'all, I know y'all watching, so y'all definitely invited to jump on in and tell me your story. I be the 2-time winner off of Little John to Juliet. And that Little John to Juliet, that was a good breeding. You know that was a good breeding. That Little John to Juliet was a good breeding, bro. You know, and like you said, you be the 2-time winner. Knowing damn well, you know they wasn't going to let you get their champion. They don't do that. You know what I'm saying? You know how they roll. Oh, they'll bring a two-time winner. You probably had a first-time out or a one-time winner. I know how they work. You know, they use the gambling thought. They use the gambler's thought, you know. They look at it like, you know, they always trying to gain that championship, you know what I mean? But I have whooped more two-time winners than I've ever beat any one-time winner, first-time out dogs. Because I like coming in, going right after the goat. But see what I tell you, okay? He said he had one-time winner, so you know what I'm saying. You know, because they go for that. Your name ain't ringing. Nah, they gonna get them a championship. You know what I mean? But yeah, just to be able to beat those guys, though, man. Imagine when you beat kennels like that, bro. You beat a good kennel, a damn good kennel. You know, and they don't bring trash. Because they're in an area they can't afford to be trash. They got targets on their back then, you know. That's probably what happened. See, they start off great, you know, and the greater you get, the bigger the target. Because there's, like I said, the fast lane ain't nothing but a bunch of sharks. Like this Shark Tank. The Shark Tank is a representation of the fast lane. People be talking all this shit about, what's the fast lane? Ain't no fast lane. A fast lane is a kennel that will go into your ass and don't give a damn what you got. Your mouth can't scare me. Yo, bragging about your dog, it entices me to come and make sure that you ain't just running your mouth. That's what fast lane kennels do. They look for those people. They want those people. Yeah, I would love my dog to go into a two-time winner. That's why we always searching for those two-time winners. Because I would have come out and right off the bat and beat one to show me that I got the caliber to do so. So I mean, the next two, I'm going reaching for the sky. And it ain't that easy when you got a name. Like I said, I've been to the scale several times. Getting there with just a weight. And they seeing who it is and end up getting a forfeit. So we even got to the point that we just start going in the kennels that just know who it is and this is what when we coming. And believe me, you know, it's easy to say I ain't got that weight, and you're feeding 4 or 5 of them dogs in your backyard at that weight. The best way to step out of their way is to just say, hey, I ain't got that weight to win. I ain't got the dog right now for you. But we sitting there on the yard full of killers. We will pick up something. Anybody give us the opportunity, let's do it. Oh, Noonie said he's from Texas. Okay, Noonie. Yeah, you got a great dog man's name. That's for damn sure. Noonie James. You got a great dog man up in there. Hopefully one day, before I dip out of here, you know, that I get the opportunity to introduce him to you guys. Because he did a show. He did a show out here before. Him and Buffalo Soldier. He did a show out here before. Them dudes right there is like the silent tellers. You know, if you can understand them, you're gonna enjoy their conversation because they have done a lot in the dog game. And did Buffalo Soldier? Yeah. Did anybody know that the Buffalo Soldier was part owner to Handicap? And did y'all know that Gardner Dynamite was True Colors Dog of the Year Dynamite? Tom took off True Colors' name and just put his name up there for legendary purposes, like he is the creator of that shit, when that's the same Dynamite that True Colors and them made Dog of the Year grand champion. No. Ain't that right? That's right, Chico. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not too many people know that. Not too many people know that. You know, you got NASCAR, Garner's Dexter. Those dogs had other dogmen's names before they got to that yard. You know, it's just the Garner brand. Once it hit that Bulldog Hill, then they become a Garner dog. But let's not forget who made them great. It wasn't Tom. You know, that's the truth. It wasn't Tom. But he'll make them great by breeding them and selling them offspring and have a lot to talk about when it comes to them. That's the competitiveness of the game, you know. And yes, it was very important to report matches. I mean, I couldn't understand how anybody was brave enough to report matches from 2003 to 2007. I mean, I couldn't understand how it was working out, because if anybody was taking a chance, them people right there in 2003 to 2007, they were taking a hell of a chance. Because by then, the Department of Agriculture, it was building a database based on those journals. Now, my man then got busted, and he still, while he was out, he still published that journal. Out on bond, out on appeal, and he was still reporting matches, still making dog of the year, still classifying champions, all the way up to he lost an appeal and had to go to jail. Them are the guys that I take my hat off to. Them are the guys that have to have a lot of confidence in the man who was controlling the journal. Remember when they raided his house, they got all our addresses. Mine included. You know how I know? Because when I got busted, it was part of my record when it came down to them prosecuting me, trying to make me a dog fighter. Just because I'm in the book doesn't make me a dog fighter. You got to give me somebody on the stand. That's what I always told you guys. Just because you're in the journal doesn't make you a dog fighter. It will be used against you. Just the fact that you're there. And believe me, the Department of Agriculture got every time I was in the journal, whether I was referee in the match or not. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, oh, it just popped up. I was just reading. Okay, yeah, this one right here. He said, I recall, Brennan Starr said, I recall he still sent out the Sporting Dog Journal after Kelly had retired. But see, when Jack retired, he sold the journal to my man. And when he sold the journal to my man, he didn't sell everything over, because Jack still made the decisions on the grand champions and the registered marriage. And that was about it. Dog of the year. And I had to say maybe, because boy, the Latinos really took over the game when Jack cut it loose. I mean, I can say after Ajax Dog of the Year, I think it was after Ajax, everything after that went Latino until Dynamite took it in. Dynamite took it in 2005. Was that 2005? Dynamite took it. But yeah, I'm talking about it was dog of the year crazy. Remember Macho Buck? Destroyer, Barracuda. For 3 straight years, Mayday Dogs was Dog of the Year. And if it wasn't a Mayday Dog, it was a Stone City Dog. During that time, Jack didn't really retire. He still, because when that boy got busted and they went up in his crib, after they found them journals, they went down there and went up in Jack's crib again too. They went in Jack's house. Yeah, they went down there and hit Jack's house too. But the journal is not what's going to get you. The journal is protected by your First Amendment. And by being it's like this YouTube. YouTube is not protected by the First Amendment. Because YouTube got their own rules. But outside of YouTube, everything that we do on YouTube is protected by our First Amendment rights. Just because I'm doing this podcast on YouTube, you're not going to just tell me that you're going to come in and hit my yard and then use YouTube as me being a dog man on YouTube and try to make me something that you can't prove. But YouTube is not protected. No, they're not. Because YouTube don't go by the First Amendment. YouTube, their rules are stricter than the First Amendment. They can kick your ass off of here, even though you are protected under your First Amendment, and they have a right to. Okay, YouTube, but I said the government is a whole different story. Being on YouTube, we are protected by our First Amendment rights pertaining to that. Exactly what I said. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Mike, want to make sure I'm making it clear. You got it though, right? You clear with you though, right? What did I say? I want to hear. But you're not. I said with YouTube, you're not protected with the First Amendment because you're not.
Right.
YouTube got their own rules.
Right. So the First Amendment still protects you.
Outside of YouTube.
Outside.
Like, that's what I said. Outside, I said YouTube, there is no protection because YouTube, their rules are stricter than your First Amendment. You're not protected by anything when it comes to their platform. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. But outside of YouTube, you are protected by your First Amendment rights or anything you do on YouTube. That was my point. Okay? But you're not protected. Your First Amendment rights aren't protected on their platform. Okay? Just know that. You don't have no rights on YouTube. YouTube makes their own rules. There can't nobody come and grab you and start talking about y'all talking dog shit on YouTube and you act like you don't have a right to. You have a right to say whatever the hell you want to say. Unless they got some plans on bringing somebody up in here and getting on the stand and testifying to whatever the hell you saying, then you can tell them they can take that one out there with your protection right along with their brake sticks, your treadmills, and all that shit that they can pile up on an indictment and try to indict you for dog fighting. And they pile that shit on you thinking they can come to you and say, we want you to surrender your dogs and we'll give you this charge. And and you thinking because they seeing your brake sticks or your YouTube channel or your treadmill on your yard, that they got you. No, the hell they don't. No, they don't. You're allowed to be on YouTube. If you're not committing a crime, then whatever the hell you doing on YouTube when it comes to this shit here, you got a First Amendment right. You are protected. You are protected by law. The law ain't going to tell you that. You just need to know that. You are allowed to have a treadmill. You are allowed to have a brake stick. But when you put all those things together, we can use that as probable cause. They're going to use it on you as probable cause. And they're going to keep going in front of that judge, and they're going to keep on saying it over and over and over. Brake stick, treadmill, YouTube, dogfighting, podcast. And ain't none of that shit illegal. First of all, your podcast is protected by your First Amendment right. They can go in there and make you look bad to a court and probably play your video and make you feel like you done something wrong. And if you got a lawyer who ain't sitting up there, old magazines, Pit Dog, same thing. The Sporting Dog Journal, being in the Sporting Dog Journal, even having the Sporting Dog Journal. Let's throw that Sporting Dog Journal with your YouTube, your breaking sticks, and your treadmill. They'll sit there and you'll be on PBK watching the clips of them talking about your ass on the news, talking about your old journals, talking about your podcast, talking about your treadmill they found, talking about your medicine, talking about your breaking stick, talking about you a dog fighter. All related to all those things. And if you don't know, you will feel. Yep, okay, Pit Dog, I did say medicine, but I'm going to go ahead and click you in there because you's my boy. And let's talk about the antibiotics. Let's talk about the antibiotics. That's right, the antibiotics, all these things. Yep, don't forget, Pit Dog, he's running them up. Ribbons and trophies. Okay? You're going to find all these things. But they ain't going to have one bit of evidence. They're going to try to tell you all this shit that you got is related to dogfighting. When everything you got is legally, you're allowed to have legally. Now, if you have a scarred up dog, you better have an explanation. What I always tell you guys. You have a reasonable doubt. You have a reasonable doubt in criminal court. You have ponderance of evidence. You know what I mean? The preponderance of evidence. So in civil court, when they tell you that we going to take your dog and we going to kill them off through the preponderance of evidence, and you hear things like, what evidence did they talking about? They talking about your treadmill, your breaking stick, your antibiotics, your trophy, your old journals, your podcast. And got the nerve to have a dog on the yard with scars. It makes it look bad in civil court because civil court, you ain't going to go to jail, but they're going to take your rights and they're going to kill your dog. But you got to be able to stand up and know that everything that they just named ain't against the law. I wouldn't give a damn if it was civil or criminal. If you let them put all that shit together and try to put it on you and you ain't got a lawyer to stand there, then you better stand up and say it your damn self. Ain't none of this shit against the law. You're talking about preponderance of evidence. I'm going to give you a preponderance of evidence. I got all this shit, and all this shit I'm allowed to have. Now, the only thing you missing in this shit is the word you keep bringing in this shit, dogfighting. Where is that evidence? You cannot tell me I got all this shit over here makes me a dog fighter. No, you show me where there's dog fighting. Because I got all this shit, it has to make me look like I'm a dog fighter. You got to first make me a dog fighter by showing me that evidence. Don't use none of this shit over here because all this shit is protected by the law. Most dumbass lawyers don't want to argue that issue because you put it all in one on a plate. That plate looks stanky and nasty as hell, and they will use it against you. But you can't let them do it. You got to keep putting them on the weakest part of your case, and that is, where is that evidence? Where is that evidence? You taking all this shit over here making me a dog fighter. All you're using this shit for is to make me look bad. You're trying to make me a dog fighter by saying this, by repeating all this shit that I got. But you ain't shown not one bit of evidence of me fighting a dog. Where is that man getting on the stand saying that? Who's going to go up there with a scarred up dog and let them get on the stand and tell you this dog has scars in relation to dog fighting, but can't tell you whether it was at a match or roll or yard accident? You understand what I'm saying? Oh, you can tell me there's scars there, but you need to tell me how they got there before you go calling me a dog fighter. I said a kennel accident. Remember what I told you about the broken chains? Don't throw them away. The broken swivel, the broken clip on the collar. Anything that breaks on your yard, you better not throw it away. What are you gonna do? Your dog get off the chain, you come home, you got two banged up dogs. And you a man to do weight pulling. You a man to do treadmill running. You a man to run up the damn wall. You can't call the goddamn animal control and tell them, man, I got two dogs over here that got injured because they got off the chain last night. That's like letting them people walk in your yard and see a treadmill, see all this shit around, and you think you trying to be Mr. Good Guy, being a step ahead, and next thing you know, you in trouble. Let me tell you what you do with them two broke up dogs that you got. You better not call no damn body. You better go out there to the store and buy you 2 crates, take your ass in the garage, in the basement, or anywhere else you want to send their asses, and leave them there until you heal them up. Because you're going to invite trouble by thinking you're doing something right, by letting them know you had an accident. If you really think it works like that, you a damn fool. You better not. Because once they get on that yard, it's like all these other videos we see when they pull your ass over. They come up with all kind of bullshit. The chain was too heavy. The chain was too short. The dog was in a barrel. The dog was stepping in his own shit. Knowing damn well you get up every morning and you take care of your dog every day. But how are you going to defend something when you better be having your mouth shut? You have a right to remain silent. You better keep that mouth shut until you know when it's time for you to open your mouth. Exercise your right. Don't explain shit. Stop letting them come on your yard to check shit. You're inviting them in to do whatever the hell they want once they get in. Stop them right there at the damn gate. No. Well, we got a report that your dog is cold outside and you got dogs outside. In? They got straw. They got, hey, can we see? No. Take my word. Take my word. That's all you better say. But the first thing better come out your mouth is, can we take a look? We just want to make sure the dogs are, no. Give a damn if you got everything straight, cleaned up, on point. I don't care. I'm going to let them come on my yard. Okay, be a dumbass then. Because you think that's going to be the last time they come back? You think that's going to stop them from coming? Believe me, it don't. As soon as they step on that yard and see more than 5 damn dogs, they'll be back. They'll be probing. They'll be looking for something. They hating. My man said, He said, stay quiet and have an extra $100K for the lawyer fee. Let me tell you something. I went through, damn it, 6 damn lawyers and went to trial without one, and didn't even put up a defense and got found not guilty. Do I need to say that one more time so y'all can really catch what I said? I got in front of a judge 6 times and fired my damn lawyers to where I went to trial without a lawyer in front of a jury and was found not guilty without even putting up a defense. Prosecution played out their case and I rested mine. Prosecutor was done. Give the jury what they said. I'm going to tell you what they found me guilty of. They found me guilty of animal baiting, not for the purpose of dog fighting. They got me for animal baiting, baiting of 2 animals. Like I keep telling y'all at the APBT'S show, when y'all be letting the dog do what they do. Yeah, I had a video of me doing that, but I had a video of a dog being tired. Now catch this now. I could have went out to the dog training, part of that, but it wasn't. It was too much dog fighting involved in the case for me to all of a sudden now I'm going to be a damn dog trainer with all these damn pit bulls. No, I'm going to leave it right where it's at amongst all this other shit, because it was the other shit that was bigger shit. Because now you got a video of me, what we call baiting. But I wasn't baiting. I was showing my man that his dog, when he got tired, man, he was such an aggressive dog, that I showed him that his dog ain't aggressive as you think he is, especially when I worked him to the point that he was so tired that he wasn't thinking about that dog. Another thing was the steroids. I got caught with 2 bottles of steroids, 4 years old, but they were there. Why couldn't they link it to dog fighting? Why couldn't they link the baiting to dog fighting? When I was charged with promoting dog fighting, had a couple counts of that. Owning equipment for the purpose of dog fighting, had a couple of those. Baiting for dog fighting. Owning and breeding for the purpose of dog fighting. And then just straight out dog fighting and promoting dog fighting. Couple of those. Y'all hear all them charges and got in front of a jury? You think I was going to put my life on the line? Look, going into the trial, through the whole 2.5 years before I went to trial, I didn't get no deal. They wanted 30. They wanted 30 years. 4 days before the trial, on a Friday, trial was Monday. They status hearing, they offered me 20 years. 20 years. I'm game with my damn dog. I scratch like Tommy boy. Fuck it. I'll see you Monday. And I was beating them up with the simplest shit. Did you have an IV machine? I had 2 of them. Yeah, I had 2 IV machines. IV bags? Yes, I did. Scalpels? Yep. Stitches? Yep. Staples? Yep. Microscope? Sure did. I sure did. Breaking sticks? Sure did. Sporting dog journals? Yep. I sure did. On Peds Online? I sure was. You weren't even in the journals? Yep. All that. All that. But we got a problem here. With all that, where is the man getting up there saying that, where's the dog fighting thing coming in at? I had all that, but where is this dog fighting shit coming from? Where is the dog fighting shit at? Because I got pit bulls and I got all this, makes me a dog fighter. then somebody needs to explain to this jury, because I'm pretty sure the jury is waiting for this dog fighting shit to pop up. Even in the video. Let me remind you, even in the video, I got these dogs barking at each other when one dog ain't barking yet. Roger wanted to get his ass. That's one thing that was clear in the video. Roger was wanting to get his ass. But here's the thing. If I wanted those dogs to fight, I had every opportunity to do so. So if I wasn't there to fight him, what else was I there doing then? Because he sure wasn't there trying to fight him, because what stopped him from fighting him when he could have? So how are we going to find him guilty of baiting for the purpose of dog fight when he had every opportunity in that video to fight that dog? Now let's talk about this other shit. Let's talk about the ear clips being a chest spreader. Oh, it worked in my girl's trial. That's why she got found guilty, because she had a lawyer. But I used them same ear clips. I got the receipt in the book that I bought them out of and gave it to the professional witness, the veterinarian. I got the dog catcher getting up on the stand talking about dog scarred up. Dog got a scar on her pussy, and you want to relate that to dog fighting because she was being raped when we was breeding her. Oh, she's being raped. You put a dog in a breeding box, she's being raped. This is the kind of shit you're going to hear. Let's get some common sense here. You put the damn dog in the breeding box for the safety of both damn dogs, period. And goddamn it, if you want to call it rape, so be it, but it's going to be a safe rape. And I don't remember this bitch running around here hollering, stop, don't do it either. She's a fucking dog. This is for her safety and my dog's safety. Because I'm going to breed this shit. But you got to be able to understand, this is the trash that they're going to pile up on you. So many guys go down because they hear all this shit and they start looking for a way out. Because they don't believe they have a chance of winning, and they got these weak-ass lawyers that's probably working with them because they go to work like we go to work every day. We go to work and we see the bosses and the vice presidents and this person in charge of this department. Every day you got to work, you see a motherfucker that's in charge of something. It's the same thing with the courtroom. They see these same old judges. They see these same old lawyers. You see these same old prosecutors, and they all work together. Including the popo, the dog catching everybody else. Bring the news people in so we can get public opinion. Put it in all the papers. Put it on all the news. Put it up there in the CBK's, the PBK's satellite so he can get it off. Well, y'all be literally acting like y'all totally against him bringing you that news, but I'm going to tell you something. If I was down in the basement, that would be the only time that I would be going to his show. I'd be going to his show to make goddamn sure I need to know. Because ain't nobody talking. Ain't nobody telling. If I can get that information from PBK, then so be it. I'm going to go pull up his satellite and see what the hell going on. Because in that basement, it's a need to know. It's a need to know. Because that's where you're going to find that witness that's going to bring all your shit down. That weak ass. You know, we ran into one of them up in there when everybody got jammed up, where they was hiding behind a curtain while he's sitting his ass up there telling on everybody. Had a couple of them sitting up there telling on everybody. Okay? Because that's all they need. That's all they need is that person right there. You need two of them. They took Old Pat Patrick took all his dogs, put all them charges on him, used all those books, all those journals, all that publicity of that man. And the judge right there in the middle of the trial thought about all that shit. Because ain't nobody got on the stand and said nothing about dog fighting. Ain't nobody said the man was dog fighting like they did Harry. Harry sat there and just goddamn it rolled the dog right there for the police. Roy Bull sat right there and then rolled the dog for the police. Goddamn Stone City Tony sat right there and told him and rolled the dog and told them all their business. Right there to the police. Listen to me. Cannot be scared of the police. You better be strong as your damn dog when it comes to police and stop their ass. Right where they stand. Don't let them go no further. That's the best thing to do. And know who the hell you talking to. This internet game is some bullshit. All these people out here rolling they puppies on the show. You better hope like hell you don't know none of them. Or hope like hell you ain't talking to one of them. Because he be the main one. Main one. Did you find yourself sitting there in trouble, don't know where the hell shit went wrong at until they start pushing that play button, and now all of a sudden you know who got you. Because to be charged with dog fighting, you better have a witness. To be charged with your dogs being not taken care of properly. This is where you should have had the damn cameras on. This is when you should have had that down 1 TB of memory to go back and pull up 2 goddamn weeks of me waking up every fucking morning going out here taking care of my dog. Remember, who got control of the delete button? Me. But I can give you what you want. I can give you some shit that you don't want. And that is me taking care of my dogs. I can take and show you the video of you coming on my yard. I got a video of you of what you said. I got a video of you stepping in my yard when I wasn't home. And now you trying to cloud all your bad acts up with this other shit that you done piled up on me, thinking you done piled so much shit on me that they gonna overlook your ass walking off in my yard. Because you don't have a video to catch it. The neighbor had to tell you. They ain't gonna do you no good. You gotta be standing there, pushing play, showing what his little sneaky ass was doing. That's what they'll do. Hey, 10 to 12 feet of chain, my friend, let me tell you something about this chain shit. See, don't let them feed you that bullshit. You take a good picture of that damn chain for exercise. You take a good picture of that chain around that dog's neck with that ring going through that collar to reassure that this damn dog ain't getting off this chain. And he's going to get exercise, a lot more exercise than he would be in a cage. Now, if you're telling me that I'm not allowed to have dogs on the chain, I understand. But if there's not a law that you're allowed to have that dog on that 10 to 12 foot chain, then you better act like you know what to say. It ain't against the law. The chain is thick because this dog constantly hits that chain. Do you know every 6 months we have to replace them thick ass chains being drawn through that ground, that sand, back and forth? Them links get weak. A dog is hitting it strong as them little dogs is. Like Lord knows, we can talk about a 40-pound dog can tear down a chain in 6 months. a year, that chain better be gone. It only looks like that. You can go home and check your chain. Every goddamn link and watch what I tell you. You're going to look down there between them links, right where those links come together, they're going to be thin as hell. No. If it ain't against the law to have your dog on a chain, hey, and don't believe that fall into that cookie jar when they talk about they had their dogs in barrels. The dog got to be able to stand up and turn around in your day. A dog can stand up and turn around in any damn barrel. How the hell do you think they can walk in there in their head and still come out the fucking door with their head? Can walk in through the door with their head going into it and then turn right around and come walking out the damn door, out the same old barrel, through that little square. So where in the hell did he turn around at? He showed them back up out that damn thing. Do y'all hear me? Don't let them control the narrative. Don't let them scare you with their narrative. You control the narrative because ain't nothing you've done wrong. You have a breaking stick because if something happens on the yard, I have the tools to part. If I'm walking down the street and somebody little bedoodle come running up to my dog and my dog snatches his ass up, I have a breaking device to get that dog off my dog. Or my dog off their shit. Either way, you are solving a problem before it gets ugly. I just saved this dog's life. Not your dog, they dog. So it's very important that you have breaking sticks. Well, why do you have a treadmill? The same reason why I got that dog on that long chain where he can run the yard and get exercise. Why can't I have one? I have a right to exercise my dog. Why do everything pertaining to a pit bull? If it was a goddamn Malinois, would you be here saying it? If it was a German Shepherd, would you be here saying it? If it was the goddamn Saint Bernard, would you be here saying it? And if I can't have a treadmill, then you better call Amazon and everybody else is running around here selling these damn treadmills and go start putting their asses in jail. Then come talking to me about mine that I bought. You have a right to have that shit on your yard. You have a right to have medicine down here in Florida. It's because if you got more than one or two dogs, you are different than anybody else that has a normal old puppy dog. That means you have so many dogs that you had to learn. If you can't afford to take all these dogs to the vet, that means your knowledge, because you had to learn. Because you cannot afford to take your dog to the vet. But I could afford to learn what it takes to take care of my dog. So I had to learn how to pull the sample to check his shit. That's why I got a microscope. That's why I got slides. I had to get that antibiotic to better take care of my dog who had coccidia, parvo, gardenia, tapeworms. I had a kennel accident. Dogs got off. Can't afford to take my dog to the vet. They liable to turn me in for an accident. I'm out here trying to explain an accident. Everything's going to be an accident until they can prove that you was over in the box fighting your dog. Now, if I'm telling you it's an accident, you got to prove something different. Don't be just banging up on all this shit that I got and the fact that I got 2 wounded dogs over here. It ain't on you to prove that those scars came from, your accident. It's on them to prove that those scars came from you fighting your dog. It's on them to prove. If you keep your mouth shut and keep the pressure on their ass, all the breaking sticks, treadmills, and everything in the world, all that right there, It's not no good until they can prove that, hey, on this date right over here, I got this witness to put this person with this dog over here with this guy fighting his dog. Bottom line. I hate when you start directing. But I've seen all these. You talking about go up here? What? Okay. Right. I mean, if I wanted to change it, all you would just do this. I mean, I could take it off like this and hide it, but I can also do this if I seen something else I wanted to put up there, like this down here. Yeah, this right here. I don't have to even do that. I didn't have to go look for it. I could have did this right here. Okay, and then I could go right down here and say, "Oh shit." Bam. Oh shit, he really dropping. Okay, that's as simple as that. So that's what I'm saying. You're kicking me off. But again, guys, y'all understand what I'm saying, right? Clearly, stick to the program. Don't try to explain, because when you start running your mouth, you're adding fuel. You're going to hear your lawyer telling you, well, what did you do with the breaking stick? It do look like, these are the kind of things they use for dog bites. Well, guess what? Anybody got a damn pit bull that's taking care of their dog's going to have this shit. How about that? Anybody who is a reliable, responsible person with these damn dogs is going to have that. If a damn German Shepherd at some point in their life stays in a kennel, at some point, everybody know this. Any dog you got, whether you keep him in the house, wherever you keep him, that dog is going to get out. You can keep your dogs on the best chain. As bad as my yard was, and I had double collars. I had no swivels. I had swivels that was hooked to rings that had to go through the collar. And baby still killed my mechanic bitch. My mechanic bitch got off the chain. Y'all understand what I'm saying? With all that I got going on, and that bitch still got off the chain. So there's nowhere in the world you're going to tell me you can go and raise these dogs without an accident. And if I'm going to argue an issue, I'm not going to argue an issue until they start to keep on pushing a fact that it's not true. If you cannot pull up me fighting a dog, then the only thing and the only explanation that I'm ready to give is going to be in front of a damn jury. I ain't no need to be telling the prosecutor shit. Let them find out through your lawyer. And if your lawyer can't keep a secret, then you better get rid of him before you tell him. You always say that bomb dropper. You got to always keep that, because you don't want to give them a chance to maneuver. You see, that was the good thing about us when we went to court. We kept our mouth shut. I started screaming and hollering about the journal, because wouldn't the journal prejudice the jury? Yeah, I'm in the journal. I am in the journal. They got Brat and Pretty Mama. They got little Buck Rogers. They got Little Mikey. They got everything that was ever done. They got every referee, judge I was in. They had all that in the journal. But ain't the journal also protected? It's protected. So why are you trying to use the journal, but you ain't got nobody to testify what's in there? Because everything in there is fictional until you prove that it ain't. So if you're trying to use that in my trial, ain't that prejudicial? Ain't you going to prejudice the jury by using that? The jury going to see it like it's prejudicial, and it is. This YouTube, you're going to try to use me because I'm on YouTube talking about these dogs, talking about the historical thing. Don't forget the disclaimer. You always tell y'all about the disclaimer. We can talk all this shit. Remember, we would make the worstest witness. Yeah, I'm giving y'all a story, but just because I'm giving you a story, don't you try to drag me to court and put me on the stand. Because what the hell am I going to tell you? You can push play and do this whole show about what I said, and that's as far as you can get. Because was I a witness to it? No. Was I there? Well, how you know? I heard like everybody else. I read about it. I heard about it. That's secondhand bullshit, bro. You ain't gonna get me to testify I was there. But because we talk about it don't mean we know about it. Don't mean that we can be a witness to it, because everything that we say is fictional until you prove that it ain't. Y'all better remember that shit, you YouTubers. You can say whatever the hell you want to say. As long as they can't prove it, it still falls under your First Amendment, because what? Are you talking about me committing a crime? How am I committing a crime doing this? Let's talk about my outside activities. What do my outside activities have to do with me feeding my dog? That's the only activity you know of, is my activity is taking care of my yard? Are you trying to make my outside activities dog fighting? Then you must there be a witness somewhere, and I don't see nothing in discovery or any deposition or disposition, of any witnesses that you plan on putting on the stand pertaining to me and what you claiming that I'm doing outside this podcast. Do y'all understand? To see you, where they get you at is when you start talking too much. And you start telling them what you know. When you start telling your lawyer, instead of telling your lawyer how to defend you, you up here letting him try to tell you how he's going to defend you. If your lawyer ain't smart enough to sit here and say the shit that I'm saying, then you better learn what I'm saying so you can tell it to him, because he still works for you. And if he can't do what you want, get rid of his ass. I said, who stand in front of a judge and get 6 lawyers dismissed? Does that mean I had to have good cause 6 times? 6 times? I had an excuse to give a judge to say you don't have to have him. Come on, y'all. That I didn't tell the lawyer everything. You got to first show me that you can defend me on the shit I am telling you. You talking too damn much to me, trying to tell me what's up. No, I'm going to tell you what's up, and if you can't handle that, then you ain't going to represent me, because shit, you might be having lunch with the prosecutor. You might ain't be doing it. You know how work jobs is. They know each other. You give me this one, I give you the next one. Hey, better act like y'all know. Man, I had my dogs in blue barrels for over 20 years. Let me put this up. He said, man, I had my dogs over 20 years in barrels. Never lost one during the winter in the Midwest where it could get to -20, freezing. Stuff it with straw. And don't just stuff it with straw and leave it. you want to stuff it with straw every other day. Because when he pack himself down in there, he gonna flatten it down. You want to keep it fluffy. Every time he flatten it, you stack more on it. You stack more on it every week. Take that barrel, turn it over, flip it out, take all that straw, and it's really straw. You don't use hay, you use straw. Turn that shit out, let that shit pile up, and use it under your dog houses where your puppies is shitting. Spread it all up under there. You want to know what to do with it. So when it come time for you to clean that shit up, you just rake all that dead, stingy ass straw on up, put it in a big old bucket, containing mainly with a green bag, and throw it away right along with the garbage man when he pick up the trash. Old straw, it comes in handy when you got puppy cages and you just letting your shit just hit the ground. No, put that straw up under that them dog houses. You understand what I'm saying? Don't go out there every other day in the cold winter and feel like you're going to check your dog house to see if your dog is warm. No, you keep on stuffing that damn straw up in that damn dog house and make him fight to get in that motherfucker, get up in that shit. Down there, put so many straws in there when he do get up in there and he lay down, the damn straw down there cover the door. So when he burrows himself down in there, he ain't nowhere close to the ground. He ain't nowhere close to the air. And he's got all the insulation that he needs to make it through a real cold night. And if you keep your dog in a flood zone where your area gets wet and muddy and underwater, you put that dog house on a pallet. Damn the chain getting caught on it. You put that dog on a pallet. So when it floods, he's not living, and when he's walking out of the doghouse, he's not walking in a thing of water because he don't want to walk in no water. He don't want to be slashing that chain and going out there shitting, pissing in that water. Dogs really don't like that. They'll sit there and stay in their doghouse until that stuff recedes. But these are things that you must know. These are things that you got to know. And if you don't know, now you know. We put my man up here. Mr. Tracy. If Mr. Tracy say, problem is, Trevor, I'm sorry. Trevor say, problem is these tree huggers don't know that these dogs are not meant to be with people who don't have experience and understand. Why? And they don't understand them. At the end of the day, people should do this. They should just mind their business. Yeah, that's true. At the end of the day, people should just mind their business. But they're right. You're right, man. But, we can't go calling them tree huggers. We can't call them tree huggers, Trevor, because if they were tree huggers, they got to be hugging something. You know what I'm saying? They gripping somebody's nuts. And if the nuts they gripping ain't telling them the right thing, then that's when you mind your business. You know what I'm saying? No need to talk about the tree huggers because they ain't grabbing your nuts. They tree hugging somebody else's nuts. And if they grabbing somebody else's nuts and the nuts that they grabbing that man ain't got enough sense to teach them the right thing, and they want to believe in all the dumb shit that they bringing to the table, then you mind your business. Ain't nothing wrong with being a tree hugger as long as it ain't your business. That's the best way you stay out of that. This tree hugging shit, it gets around too damn much for me. You see? Because somebody try to call y'all tree hugger because y'all come to this show? Well, because y'all represent going hard. You know what I'm saying? Or you give credit when they don't. You know, they calling you a tree hugger. Guess what? Who business is that? So, you know, that word, they should mind their own business. That should be related to you when they try to call you the tree hugger. That's when it ain't none of your business. Because I don't mind somebody telling me I'm tree hugging. I don't mind. Because guess what? I might be tree hugging, but that's my business. If that's what you want to call it, that's my business. What are you doing in it? Get out my business. That's the quickest way you shut down an argument. If I am, my business. What are you doing in my business? Get out my business. It ain't none of your business. See, that's the one thing that they can't stand, when you tell them to get out of my business. Don't you got some nuts to grab onto? Then get out of my business and go grab your own. You want to be important? Then get out of my business, because you ain't important over here. You just keep continuously throwing nice collective love. This is not a competition. How in the hell can this be a competition? We're talking about saving your life. We're talking about saving your dog. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. For real. You got so much animosity in YouTube, Facebook. Everybody want to be Earl Tudor. Why? They trying so hard that they forget that Earl Tudor had great dogs. You know, anytime somebody asks me about my dogs, you know, I don't have a problem telling you about the going hard line, because it's just not my dog. My dogs were able to win in several people's hands. So I have to give credit where all the credit is due. I don't want all the credit, because it ain't my credit to own. It's all of our credit. From my KP to my mentors to my proteges. We carry that banner together when it comes to me. So when you get to asking me about me, hey, I can give you me, but it's just so much more than me. There's others. They make it even better and greater. You know what I'm saying? So, got to understand that part. People ain't gonna never give you credit. I come from the city of LeBron James. I sat there and we know LeBron. We know we're very well known in the city of Akron, Ohio. Anybody who comes into this room and just come from Akron, Ohio will tell you Twins ain't been in Akron a long time. And you know, when everybody can still talk about them brothers and they ain't been there in a long time, that's some legendary shit. And them dudes is legendary. But do you know why? Because what we did is we left a mark for everybody to live off of. We always helped. We always gave back. We showed them how to give back. Wasn't nobody running around trying to set me up with the feds. If anything, they were running around trying to protect me from the feds. Because there's no need for haters when everybody's eating. You gotta learn how to teach a hater how to love. You scold them, but don't stop loving them. They learn the hard way when you scold them. But that doesn't mean you don't got to love them. You can, like, we deal with this shit every day when it comes to these podcasts. Don't none of this shit bother me. I eat your ass up because you're coming over here messing with a dog man. I'm a competitor. Just like my dog, I will bite your ass. That's like me saying, hey, twin, who did you beat? Well, what about the guys I have to cuss out? Who wants to be so relevant to me? Ain't that like whooping a dog that, I should have never been going into? Ain't that a dog that should have never been there? But I'll still shake his hand. He still thought he could win. You feel me, y'all? No need to be mad. But your ass got in here, and guess what? You're going to have to pay. And that's just how it is. I don't hold no grudges. Because I ain't got no grudge. I ain't got nothing against nobody in this damn YouTube world. I don't hate nobody. I ain't playing on nobody. Hey, if it wasn't that I had something to stand on, they wouldn't be bothering me. I wouldn't be worth the bother. But you must be doing something right when everybody want to be like you. Even when they don't want to admit it. Like my man said, it's the worst thing in the world is to come home and see all the chains and the collars on the ground. Makes you sick to your stomach. It sure do. But when I got out of jail, I came home and I was sitting in jail watching my brother on the news. My brother was walking him through an empty yard. An empty yard that had chains, nice dog houses, and stainless steel bowls. Not only stainless steel water bowls, but stainless steel steam bowls. Nice dog houses. So why is my yard empty and my brother is in jail and you standing here with a damn camera in my face? My brother gonna beat all that shit. Told him right there on the news. Ain't got nothing to say but to watch. 2.5 years of bull. Still go to prison for some steroids. 4-year-old steroids. For animal baiting. Judge gives me 30 months. Hey, that's better than the 30 years. You can't complain with all the charges that I had against me. Shit. I told y'all that sentencing, the judge called me a dog fighter. He called me a dog fighter when he was sentencing me. Even after the jury found me not guilty of all that shit, the judge still called me a dog fighter. He has every right to believe that. But whoever said belief is a fact. Somebody tell me believing is a fact, and I'll tell you a damn lie. You can believe what you want to believe, and the only reason you believe is because you don't know. When you know, you don't gotta believe shit. You know the shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna help him with that so I can make sure he understands. I ain't never said I wasn't one. Fuck. Well, I'm going to jail because it sounds like you're going to put me to jail. You want to slide that in for the news people? Well, I'm going to give you something to slide with it. After the jury say I'm not guilty, you going to sentence me by telling me I'm a dog fighter. I didn't never say I was. I didn't never say I was. Okay? I just wasn't fighting those dogs. No. I wasn't fighting those dogs, and there ain't no proof that I was. But I never said I wasn't a dog fighter. I just said I wasn't fighting those dogs. And there was no evidence that I was fighting those dogs. And all that other evidence that you claim that you believe was related to me in dog fighting, You can believe it, but where are the facts? A belief don't mean you know shit. You just believe. Believe ain't a fact. Y'all better understand that. You move on facts. That's how you get not guilty pleas. That's how you get not guilty verdicts. That's how you get out of shit. They're going to believe what they want to believe, but believe is not fact. You believe in Jesus Christ and you don't even know the man, but you believe in it. But that don't make it a fact. If you believe, you don't know the truth. You just believe. That ain't what make it legit. Because you don't know. That's all belief is. Preponderance of the evidence in civil court. They can have a preponderance of evidence to tell you that they believe based on the preponderance. But I got more preponderance evidence. I got more than you because I got facts of evidence. When you got a belief, I have facts. Because what you see in these videos is a fact. That ain't no damn belief. You see for yourself. Let your eyes tell you what you see. What did this video show you? Do you see anything wrong in that video? Damn what you believe. Because you got a whole bunch of believing over there. But what you see ain't a belief. It's a fact what you looking at. That's why you need those cameras. So you don't have to worry about a damn thing. They can take all that shit and run it up there in the wall and call you everything in the book. But you better make damn sure that you turn their belief and their preponderance of evidence or evidence of actual a jury trying to believe, but gotta let you go because of doubt. We believe it, but that's because we really don't know. That means there's doubt. And if there's doubt, you must acquit. You see, I believe he's a dog fighter, but that's all. And because I believe, that means I don't know. And if you don't know, that's a reasonable doubt to find him not guilty. And if the Lord can't speak in them kind of languages, you better not have it. You know what I'm saying, y'all? We have had some crazy people escape professionals over the 30 years. Oh, damn, I missed that, didn't I? Hold on. Worst feeling in the world, come home to empty tank. I just seen somebody cussing somebody out. Did you see that? Oh, there I did. There go Itchy. That was it. Itchy, behave. Itchy, behave. Because I don't want him hollering your name because he ain't seen it on this show here talking about you over there on the Twin and them show talking shit and get to cussing your ass out. Then you're going to, you know what I mean? No, we don't want him to have to say your name and our name in the same sentence. Because we're going to learn how to respect. When we in our world, we in our world. Over here, this is our world. You know what I mean? This is our world. Over here, we don't have nothing to do with what's going on over everywhere else. Remember, just because we believe, that don't mean we know. But over here, we know shit. We can only believe about what they're about until we prove to them that we know the truth. You know, we don't have to go tell him we believe you the dog man. Well, we tell them we know you ain't one. then that means I got proof. You know, that's how we living now. That's how we living. So we don't have to disrespect nobody. We can give them all their props, give them all their space, give them all their room. That's their world. I don't live in their world. I share my world. But we don't need to bang up and beat up on nobody that's already beating up on themselves. I don't know. We don't need no gratification. So always be respectful to everybody else. Trust me, because that's all we need in this room. We don't need that trash coming up in here because we don't run like that. How we gonna talk real game? How we gonna talk the dog game? How we gonna get the real game out when it's all tied up in bullshit and we can't get this kind of shit out that need to be heard? You know, I rather talk about this shit and start pulling up some damn dog and the history and some shit that y'all don't know than to be sitting up here trying to downrate somebody who want to beat me. You think I like going in here shooting down guys that wants to beat me? No. But I mean, anytime somebody take a shot at you, they're trying to make themselves relevant. In that world of relevancy, what do you want to be the king? What do you go after? You go after the king's seat. You know, you can go, you can have your own kingdom and be your own kingdom over there in your own world and still be throwing shit over here at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you throwing shit over? You got a nice kingdom over there. Why would you want to bother me? Because they're not relevant enough. They feel it in themselves that they're not relevant enough, that they need to go beat up on somebody so they can make themselves or make everybody seem like they are just as good or better. Or what else? That's just logic. We deal with it in the street. We deal with it in business. It's just damn near part of life. You got goddamn friends that you got to watch around your damn woman. You know what I'm saying? You might have a best friend, he hate on your ass when he get a chance because, he wish he would have had your woman before you did. You know what I mean? That's just how life is. Everybody has an envy. Shit, I envy. I tell you all the time that I envy the Abraham. I tell you all the time that I envy Stone City. 7-8. I say I envy 7-8. I wanted to be like those guys. I didn't have to go bash on them. I didn't have to go put them down. I didn't have to make everybody believe, all of this shit and they wasn't. I didn't have to do that to Jesse. I didn't have to do that to Hardcore. I didn't have to do that to none of them. My envy was to me my own personal envy. That I have to know what they're doing so I can get like them. The only way I can understand how to get like them, I gotta be with them. I can't be with them if I'm fucking up shit that I can't get close to them. How am I gonna ever know? I'm not gonna want to be standing on the outside still envying them. I'm gonna be right there next to them so I can learn. I don't want to believe that I can be them. I want to know I can be them. You understand? That's how you get shit done. That's how you get shit done. That's how those doors open to you. I don't have to brag about none of my shit because it's already out there. If you know how to read, you know how to go find it. I like talking about it. I like talking about it. But remember, what is it to talk about if I'm at the gate and everybody else is back at the party? I'd rather talk about the people in the party while I'm standing here guarding the gate. I mean, everybody's walking up to me ain't in no position if you can't get past me. That means that you got to stand there at the gate And I got to ask you, after you ask me while you're here, you asked your question, now it's my turn to ask yours. And guess what happens if you can't get past me? You get kicked away from the gate. Next. Haterade don't get you inside. Haterade get you kicked off to the side. Y'all need to worry about that and do that. You got your own yard to feed. You got your own yard to take care of. You got your own troubles to stay out of. Why do you need to elevate to make yourself important unless you got some self-esteem issues? The dog game is always going to keep you right because it's based on you. Whoever it is you beefing with ain't feeding your dog. They ain't buying your dog food and they ain't cleaning up your shit. So how in the hell are you going to get anywhere going back and forth? No, you don't do that. You know, remember, you shake everybody's hand, win or lose. Everybody's not going to like you. Understand that. But that doesn't mean you don't have to like them. You know, I still got to clean up shit if nobody likes it. I still got to feed my dogs if nobody likes me. I still got to go buy dog food if nobody likes me. I still come on this show, there ain't but one person in the room. You know? But no, I come to this show because y'all all like me. I like all y'all. I like biting y'all your heads off because this ain't just a pit bull show. You know, ain't nobody walking around here in diapers. You know, you cut the chain loose on us, we got off the chain going on here. You understand what I'm saying? You get bit around this shit. What the hell with the Shark Tank? God damn, we ain't said this motherfucker had goldfish in it. We didn't say nothing about this tank here got goldfish. We said it has sharks. Fast lane, sharks. What do sharks do? They hunt. Are they scared of a whale? Nope. Are they scared of a dolphin? Nope. But guess what? A dolphin will kick their ass. They ain't got sense enough to know that. A shark ain't got sense enough to know why he gets his ass kicked by that dolphin. You know what I'm saying? That goddamn shark can bite anything. A whale, a fish, people, anything. A boat, anything. But that dolphin, nah. But that's why I like the Shark Tank. You know, if I want a dolphin, I go get me a Malinois. Okay, I got them for a reason. Okay, that's why he can whoop that goddamn shark because of his purpose. But that shark, no, I need him to be munching down on everything. We always lurking. You know, those sharks in those shark-infested waters, we always lurking for that chum. We get real hungry when we don't got chum in the water. When everybody's behaving, Shark Tank is the quietest in a church mouse. Y'all get to talking about each other. You know what I mean? Y'all get to gigging in down in each other. Throwing them bolos. But that's normal for a bunch of sharks. You know how sharks do? They like piranhas. You throw something in the yard, y'all get to slamming down on it. It came in like a big chunk of meat. In less than a second, it's bone. But you never catch them eating each other. You know what I'm saying? You get in where you fit in to play. So always be knowing that, fellas. I hope there's any questions you guys want to ask, any comments you guys want to make. You know, I didn't see my boy D up on there tonight. He was supposed to stop through. I didn't see Triple M. I didn't see him pop up on there anything tonight. But you know, when they hear me going through shit like this, they just be like pumping the brakes and just sit back and just sit here and watch. They'll probably call me tomorrow. Man, after hearing you and what you were saying, that shit was so real. I wasn't trying to change that shit, man. I wanted to sit here. I just sat there and watched. I hope everybody got that. You know, and I mean, I really felt you on that one, Burning Star, because it was a sick feeling. And what really made it sick was they did the shit, but the people who did the search warrant took pictures of all the dogs before they took them off the chain. And see, that was the killing part. They took pictures of everything, puppies, everything was just the way I left it before they took them off. And that was the worstest thing for the prosecutor. Worstest thing for the prosecutor. Because the prosecutor was hearing other things. And she was running with the things that sound great to her. Dogs were skinny. Dogs was on these long, these real short ass chains. They didn't have no good dog houses. They didn't have no proper shelter. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. The puppies was all in shit. But when them pictures came, yeah, the people who did the search warrant, when them pictures came, she knew the beginning of the end was already getting ready to go out the door. Because all that shit that you was using all on the TV, talking about the condition of the dogs, like they always do, fell flat on flat ass water when it came to trial time. You might have got it up on the damn the public through their TV channels and shit. But when it got around that jury, judge said, I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. This ain't TV. I don't want the jury to hear none of that bullshit. If these pictures I done seen, I wish one of you motherfuckers would talk about some animal cruelty over here. You better stick to the charges that you got. The only charges I see this work getting in front of this jury is the dog fighting. And I'm kind of shaky on that, but I'm going to still put it in front of the jury. After 2.5 years, 2.5 years of this bullshit, we're going to still give it to a jury. When he could have threw all this shit out with lack of evidence and shot him after all this shit to sit there and see me not even put up a defense. What you mean you ain't putting up a defense? I think that didn't hurt enough. And nothing, ain't no need for me to say nothing. I think we didn't prove our point. Jury is now hard in closing. Where the evidence at? When you get back there, just remember I'm allowed to have all that. You know, to make sure you forgot some things yourself in your instructions to the jury. You forgot 2 things. You forgot the things about the dogs and my right to have this equipment to take care of my dog. It's in the law. You gotta have that. You gotta have that. The other thing is, I arrested because there was no evidence. Why would they have to spend another 3 or 4 days listening to me defend myself when the case ain't on me to prove, it's on them, and they haven't proved shit? Oh, you pretty confident, ain't you? Guess what? Thank God for the jury. All I can say, because guess what? The judges don't never treat me that way. They'll take a belief and try to make it the truth. That's why they killed the dog. 24 hours after they took my dog, they killed him. Now, they ain't want him around for evidence. They'll answer to it. They don't care. They'll answer to the fact that they killed the dog. They was banking so hard on getting the charges off thinking that, they going to get this dog fighting charge off. So the best way to get it is to kill the dogs. The dogs are gone. That evidence is out the window. Moving too damn fast, because did y'all forget that you took pictures? The people who actually did the search warrant wasn't y'all. The people who actually did the search warrant, the people who took the pictures, y'all forgot to get that shit in Discovery. Y'all running around here on solo and forgot that they were, what, you didn't think they were going to do? We weren't going to demand for Discovery? Discovery means we want everything. We want everything. And guess what everything was? Some pictures. Pictures at my yard. The video matched the pictures. What you believe don't make it true. What you believe means to tell me you really don't know. You just believe. The pictures tell me that I know. I ain't got to believe shit. I knew I took care of my yard. I got proof when them pictures came. So all that belief shit went right out the window. This is how you have to fight your case. This is how you have to fight the system. This is how you must learn your rights. And I'm talking taking care of your dogs. My man say, I hate seeing puppies and dog shit. That's why all my kennels that I keep my dogs in got those grill floors where shit goes right through. I don't like dog shit. I break up dog shit as my dog shit it out. I ride around, I let my Malinois run in an open field, and I ride around and I got a whole thing of flags. You know them flags that people be out there pointing out when they treat the yard, or they be out there marking spots like where pipes is and shit out there when they doing that land surveying and shit. I got them kind of flags, y'all. I be out there putting them flags where my dog shit. And then I go after I take and getting all my dogs, I go and get on my motherfucking e-bike, right up there with my pooper scooper, and I scoop all that shit up, pick out my flag. I keep them in a special spot. Ain't even my property. And I got a pipe over there in a little corner that I keep my flag right by the school in the library. They see me every day. Don't nobody say shit. And I've been doing this for the last 3 years. I done have more sheriffs and more people stop me and talk about me and what I'm doing with my dogs. Yeah, they see me every day. Do you think I ran to those people and asked them for any help? Can you help testify for me? I don't need them, because I got cameras pointing from my house all the way down the street to where I be at. So you can look and you can zoom in and you can see everything I do. See, I'm one of them weird kind of people. I have 8 cameras sitting around my house outside. So when animal control come up, even when I ain't home, I got sensors going off. I can go and look on my phone. What do you want? Like, you know you're on camera. You know, you got to have it like that, fellas. That's why y'all keep talking that shit that I don't, the most important thing is your cameras. If you're going to raise these dogs, and whether you're doing the wrong or the right thing with them, you better have you some cameras to protect yourself, because your word ain't shit. Oh, hey, Vern. Hey, so no, he said you would be surprised on how many of these well-known camps kept a yard full of dog shit. Man. To me, all of them smell like a mother. I'm gonna tell you, between Victor and California Jack, it was about the worst I've ever seen. Them was the worst I've ever seen. California Jack and Victor shit. It wasn't because Victor wasn't taking care of the dog. Yeah, utility fags. That's right. running start, it was utility flag. That's what you call them. That's right. Because I think that they was feeding raw chickens down there at Victor's. So that combination of that, you know, I don't know whether they was feeding it right out of a bucket and they didn't keep the bucket in a freezer or something. I feed my dog raw chicken, but every day when I feed my dog, I'm taking a bag of frozen meat back into, I got a space right there in my refrigerator for my frozen chicken to thaw for the next day that I feed my dog. Now, I'm pretty sure they have a lot more dogs than I have, but can you imagine if they kept their chicken in a bucket and didn't care about that stinky ass shit and just threw it out there to the dog to snatch up off the ground? So you can about imagine what that shit smelled like between the shit and the chicken. And Jack, California Jack, it was, look, anytime I seen guys pick up dog shit, bro. Pick up the dog shit, break the shit up, and be showing me that. Yeah, this is. I can't believe this dude's whole shit in there. I know this man, and this motherfucker been smoking too. He been smoking. We been passing weed, and then all of a sudden, I done got to his house, and this man done picked up some dog shit. I got a partner who say his dude. He feed his dog that's 4X and say my man be going out there cleaning his cages out by picking the shit up, fuck the shovel, up the damn dustpan. None of that. Just go and just grab the shit and put it in a bag. Come on now, y'all. You know, when I say I don't do shit, I mean I don't do shit. I don't do it, man. I don't like it on the ground. You sure they ain't gonna have me picking it up with my hand? I'll pick up some shit in my hand. I'm gonna smell that shit for the next year. I'm gonna think I can't never get that shit smell out my hand. Okay? Just me touching some shit, goddammit. I'm gonna be walking around there feeling like I'm smelling shit for the rest of the year. I got some shit on me. Oh, I've been smelling shit for the last 8 months. No, I've seen him pick up dog shit, though. My man telling me about his dogs and how his shit used to be running. And then, you know, and I'm thinking, you know, he's telling me, I seen him reach down there and grab the shit and then ball it up to me and then just pop it open. What the fuck? Oh, Lord, I know this ain't real. Oh, yeah, look. Hey, Jack, look here, man. You don't know how nasty. Do you really know how nasty? You must have been to his yard. Yes, sir. He was walking through the dog shit with no damn shoes like a damn hillbilly. I can't even call him a hillbilly. I think I'll be disrespectful. Because it's all right for a hillbilly to step in some horse shit. They ain't eating nothing but grass. Or some cow shit. They ain't eating nothing but grass. Now, cow shit and horse shit is totally different than some dog shit, y'all. Okay? Okay? It's like farmers, they used to stepping in dog shit. You know, horse shit, you know, farmers, they used to stepping in horse shit and cow shit. You know, goat shit, they used to walking in the pig stalls and stepping in the pig shit. You know, but I can guarantee you ain't nobody throwing no horse shit around on each other. Okay? I'm pretty sure ain't nobody picking up no pig shit, flinging it at his boy. Okay? I'm on the man yard. He don't even know me from Adam from Eve. He already got these house full of snakes, so you know what the house smell like. But walking through the yard, the smell was like Victor's yard. You know, I don't even see the raw fish. All I smell is shit. But the first time I seen them little tippy toe white feet touch that shit, and it just when that foot sunk down in that shit, and he just kicked his feet in the sand like a dog do after they piss, I was done. Done. he wanted to sell me Katrina. That's right, Katrina. That made that Katrina. Could have walked out that door with it for $500. You talking about 7? I could have gained 5 and walked out. I wasn't buying shit off that yard. I couldn't get past the dog shit. Not only the smell, but the dog shit he kept stepping in. I mean, man, it ain't that much wiping your damn feet. And then we walked back in the house. The man didn't run to the bathroom and go wash his ass or his feet. He ran there and popped him a soda and sat down on the couch and got to talking about his book. Got me a free 2 books from me, but I mean, the man didn't wash off his feet, go to a water hose, nothing. We just walked back in the house. Okay, come on now. Now, that's the experience. That is an experience. That's what you call bulldogging, though. You can't say he ain't bulldogging. Meantime, y'all picking up dog shit and y'all walking through dog shit, y'all bulldogging. I ain't that much of a bulldog, man. No. Shit, you can't. I done seen them go up there and stick their finger up the dog ass. When that little gland y'all be talking about squeezing and shit. Man, I put on double elastic. If I gotta put my hand up in some dog ass, I'm gonna have so many. I'm gonna make damn sure that them gloves ain't gonna break when my finger go up in there pushing and squeezing on shit. No. And I'm gonna have a mask on like it's COVID because I don't want to smell the shit. If I can put a gas mask on when I'm dealing with some dog shit, or I got to put my hands around it, you better believe I don't want to smell it, barely want to feel it. I just think dog shit is about the nastiest shit. I'm just telling you, dog shit is. Dog shit is some terrible shit. The shit we feed our dogs. You know what I'm saying? Shit don't smell good. Y'all give me a dog food out there today. When your dog shit, it smells good. Like you don't mind picking it up with your hand. Ain't got no smell. It's nice and firm. Ain't got no smell. I need that dog food. I can pick it up with my hand. It's just right. Just don't be them little pellets. Shit. All right, y'all. I didn't get into my 1972, 1983 book. One day I'm gonna come back and we're gonna go through it. I just wanted to point out the fact that you hear guys talk about they did not register their dogs with the journal. They had their reasons and all that shit. But let's talk about the guys that did. We can talk about them today, and they don't have to talk shit about who know what or what. No, we can go read about them. See, that's what the point I think Jack was trying to make. It does your dog a dishonor. How many times we done heard guys say, "Well, my protege or my mentor, he didn't ever report his shit." But you getting mad because we talking about my shit and I'm pulling on my shit and you can see my shit. You can go read about my shit. But be mad as hell when I say, well, what did he do? Who did he go into? Oh, you can say he didn't report the matches, but but then who did he go into? Maybe he went into some people who did report their matches. You can't even give me those names. Because there really is nothing there. See, that's where you mess up when it comes to history. You don't want to be the only one having to explain yourself. Because nobody's going to listen to you explaining your story. That's like saying that if everybody believed what Chico Lopez was telling y'all, that's the biggest bullshitter in the history of the dog game. He is the true Machiavelli in the dog game. Because he got all y'all to believe his shit. He had a thing in there talking about how awesome buck. He had an awesome buck too. That was the dog that he lost with and got taken on the way home. But all of a sudden, this dog is an all-win. And he was champion awesome buck at one time. champion off somebody, because he really is not a whole bunch of people that knew that he had got stopped. But wasn't a whole bunch of people that knew that the dog, he picked the dog up the first sign of blood he saw. And with his excuses. And then he goes overseas and comes up with all these great dogs and come back better than STP. And y'all believe his ass. Well, I wouldn't say everybody, but 90% of everybody did believe him. Because when you came back in the game, what do we see? What do we see, Mike? And we know Evolution. We know Chosen Few. We know G-Town, A-Town, Guzman's. They have so many damn names. They have so many names. But just letting y'all know, everybody falls for the jug in the pot every once in a while. Okay, what we got here? We got what the good? Oh man, what's up, fam? Hey, thanks for the big. Let me see if I can get me applause in here. You got it, Luke. Got to make it longer. Is that the beat you got going on? I can't hear it. Okay. Hey, fam, thank you, man. No, I wanted to read my boy there. Oh, you already put it out. Okay. Lumping together is crazy when they don't like each other. Okay. No, you got it. Oh, my mic off.
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to boys with the goods coming through with a 5-piece showing that love. He said, peace, twins. For historical purposes, of course, when it comes to handling, what are some things you would have told a young dogger he should have done? It's a good question, man.
Hey, the goods. Let me tell you like this. What I will show you, they would call cheating. But when it comes to handling, it's an art. I've seen some of the greatest handlers in the game. I'm talking about some sweet moves. What I would tell you is, before you go out there, be like your dog. Learn with your dog. You're the coach, and he's the player. What good is a team without a good coach? What is the coach without a good team? If you're both learning, then you learn together. My thing is, if you don't know, there's a lot out here, man, that, like, I did a show where there's a little move that I do in the corner where guys would tell you, hey, he's pushing the dog. But you know how many times the Don Mayfield done it? Do you know how many times that Mr. Burton done it? Danny Burton done it? If you notice in these pictures of these guys, if you notice the positions they in when they letting their dogs go, and I showed you this move, and then you go back and look at them old pictures, what do you think they're doing when they're cutting them dogs loose? Because they're literally showing you. When I would show you what they're doing. You know, the things that they tell you you don't want to block off the box. Okay, but if everybody's in the moment and you're a young guy, I would treat you like a rookie. I would be on you every time you got near me. Give me room, give me room, give me room. And the whole time I'm walking your dog down the wall right into a corner. You know, there's a lot to learn to be a great dog, man. And it's really you just gotta have a mentor, man. Because the moves that I've seen these dudes do, when you get two good ones in, the best way to handle when you got two real good dog men in there, because both of them are gonna be shooting them cannons at each other, is keep everybody on the outside the box out the box. When you got two great men in the box, because they pulling all kind of shit, you gotta make sure that the outside stay out of the inside. Because what them two doing, they cheating. Both of them cheating. Both of them blocking shit. Both of them jockeying for space. Both of them is strategizing on every move. It's a chess match, not with just the dogs, the handlers. So it's an art, bro. And for a young dog, man, I would say exactly what I said. Be a coach, handle your team, and learn along the way. If you don't know, don't go putting him out there trying to be in the NFL when you're still in high school. All right? Because you'll get yourself and your dog fucked up. What's up, MB for fire? We stopped in while we were getting it. Shut it down. Chico was known for that back in the day, but you know that. It's Burning Star. You know what I'm talking about. Evolution is evolution too. Evolution taught the man that shit. He was already a salesman up there in New York, but he became a dog salesman, and he learned the evolution game, and he played them out. Yes, he did. That's why they don't get along. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no honor amongst liars. When you lie together, you end up being liars to each other.
I like that comment.
He said, my bad, twin, I fell asleep. Man, you wouldn't believe it. I fall asleep all the time, bro. You just don't know.
MB4's, he said. Hold on. You doing all that talking. They don't even hear me. Big shout out to my man MB4 for fire. He said, keep your eyes on the dog and keep out the box. People stay outside.
That's right. That's right. You was on it, bro. I was just right behind your ears, bro.
All right, fellas. Well, I got y'all in here. We got it pretty well wrapped up, right, bro?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna come back with that journal though. What time is it? Man, why is it we always at 1 o'clock when we shut this mug down? Don't we come on at 9? Well, how in the hell is we getting out of here at 1 o'clock? This is Tuesday, ain't it?
Yeah.
Lord forgive me. God. Oh.
Itchy said, Itchy said, old lady paid $3,000 for a little Pomeranian.
So I done seen him pay for a Frenchie. Stupid money. Hey, who was that said Joey from Flint? He was from Saginaw. Who said that? I seen him up there. He was Saginaw, Michigan, man. My doctor, he was up there. Remember, McNasty and them was from Saginaw. The boys that had that slide dog that had pepper in them. They was from the Flint area. SWAT team in them. They was from the Flint area. The McNasty and them, they was up in that Saginaw zone. He is the car salesman. Hey, he said Chico is the car salesman of dogs. Well, at least when you selling a car, ain't too many lies you can talk about. Everything coming out of Chico's mouth was a lie. I mean, Chico will sell you a car with flat tires and swear to God, when you went out there and looked at the car, you flattened the tires. When you come back, your tires is flat. What you fight for, man? He gonna grab it down. You the one flatting the tire. He's one of them kind of dog, man. Come on, man. Could you imagine how he came out of that police station with that dog and everybody else's dog got taken? And that wasn't enough. Yeah, we didn't know. We weren't even in the car. We were standing outside. Standing outside the police station. We standing outside the police station, and he came down there and came out with his dog. And I don't know why he thought he was gonna walk back in that parking lot like he gonna tell us, go and get your dog. He didn't say nothing. You know, Atlanta Chico now with and Oscar. Who is Oscar? I think Oscar was with the Latin boys, the Latin connection, one of them. I know Oscar, he was going the hell off. He started to beat down. And then all them Havana Chicos and Oscar and, you know, I can just run the names. You know, they was all Puerto Rican and Cuban, you know. Yeah. And then on top of that, he turned around and get caught cheating. Yeah, he greater than STP. Boy, y'all could be some woo. That just shows y'all how gullible the game is. You know. Yeah, I mean, we got on him the first 2 shows. You don't see no feedback from Chico. He'll call everybody else and cuss them out. But we ain't never heard a peep out of Chico. He, you know, he might be under a secret name. You know, he might say a little 2 pieces, but he respect the game enough to know. He know we have, if you a Mayday man, you don't fuck with a Mayday man and got a Mayday dog. That's one thing that he won't do. He won't dare sit there and call Brad. No, Brad ain't shit. But I'll tell him all his shit ain't. Cause I can prove my shit, you know what I mean? You can't prove nothing. You know, we still trying to find, we still trying to find, Macho Buck's other 2 matches. What did he say? McNasty was not his. What's that hoorah wasn't even around, man, when we was doing Joey and them, bro? What are you talking about now, Mad Doctor? Now, you talking about, I remember Bo. I remember there was Bo before Joey. Let's go now. All right, now let's get back to Bo, Champion Bo, before there was a Joey. Now, you going to talk like you talking to me, and Westside Hoorah was nowhere around. They came later, my friend. You know, don't talk to a person who hung around in Detroit. Remember, I'm from Akron, Ohio. I played all up in Detroit. I know all the guys, remember? So no, whatever you trying to say ain't right. It ain't right. Them Joy dogs came from Detroit. I'm not saying the Joy didn't come from Detroit. That's not what I said. I said McNasty and Joey was in Saginaw. That's exactly what I said. Them Joy dogs came to Detroit through Slick, white boy. But that dog shit didn't work still. Well, I didn't say that. I said Joy was in Saginaw with McNasty. That's all. Calm down. I ain't trying to make you wrong, but what I'm trying to tell you, Westside Hoorah wasn't even around when Joy was around. I'm sorry, he wasn't. Remember, we were there when we got jammed up, when Joy snuck off and went into Grim Reaper with Waldo. We was there. Yeah, but Westside Hoorah came a little later. They wasn't around when Bossman and all them dogs was out there doing their thing. They came a little later. You know, even when Ram was out there with Flash, they wasn't around. They came a little bit after that. Bossman was already going for his grand champion when Westside and them hit the scene. But when Westside hit the scene, they hit the scene like they came right in. Oh, I can't take nothing away from Westside, but they came a little later. But they was definitely doggers now, no doubt. Westside and OG, or was it OG Posse? Them motherfuckers, them was new guys that popped in. They got their name in the game. Shit, ain't got nothing bad to say about none of them. Nothing. They had the money and they had the dogs, and they would definitely didn't have no problem putting them down. Remember once they hit Paul was done. A lot of them moved out. Roberts moved out. McNasty, Mr. T moved out before McNasty moved. Then McNasty moved. Paul got out. Ape was gone. Joe was in jail. OG and them, and the only left was the bounty hunter, the original bounty hunter. Yeah, I'm on the line. You got me on. But yeah, there was some good dogs. Rudenbar dog, if I remember correctly. Hey, do y'all remember the Swamp Dog? Yeah, they thought the Swamp Dog was going. He was a good one over there at Bruisenbark. He didn't have some pretty nice dogs. Bruisenbark he's another great dog, man. That was definitely a hard one to whoop. But I think it's Saturday they pumped up the Swamp Dog, y'all, and he was a good dog. But you should have seen him. They were so shocked when he lost. I think it changed a lot too, because you didn't really hear too much after that. And he had great dogs. Bruisenbark dogs was, he's like another rebel kennel. Y'all want to know the truth. He a Ricky Jones. He's up there. I put him up there in the status of Ricky Jones and them. I'm gonna tell you, them boys Stinson and Glover and and Jerome and Ozzie Stevens, and them boys had shit locked down. Johnson, dude named Johnson, he was another bad dude. He said Ram lifted Ram lifted him. Remember Ram lost the pass before he got. Remember he had lost the pass before he really hit the scene with Flash. But yes, when he beat Dog of the Year, and that says a lot, because look, Big Mike, and that's a lot to say. Big Mike gave him the opportunity, though. That's the key. And he wasn't even a champion yet when Flash beat Doogie. Doogie was a Dog of the Year, and Flash wasn't even a champion yet. He says I would have to say at one point it was the champion of, it did have its share of grand champions, but the main ones that I know is Joey, Bossman, Queen of Heart, and the original Bonnie on the Street Sweeper. Am I right? Suburbanite Paul Sable. But she was from Southwest, but we know she still gets the Detroit love. You know, them was grand champion, but you know, when you say the Mecca, I would have to say grand champion Art, grand champion Zebo, grand champion Satan, grand champion Stubby. You know what I mean? There's plenty more of those. I just ain't got to them yet. Angus, you know, all of them was Ohio boys. Grand champion Luther. You know, yep, grand champion Duke. In Ohio, they was, if they was the Mecca, then what would you call us? You know, we had to call it the Pyramid of Giza. Hey, Mad Dog, are we gonna give Ohio the Pyramid of Giza? Because you know we had grand champions, baby. Okay, don't forget that. We passed the reign over to you guys. When it comes to the brothers, though, y'all, the brothers did have them. Now let's not play with it. We ain't gonna play with it. Don't forget, True Colors had outrage. You know, see, you didn't throw outrage. You've been all right. You had to do outrage up in there. See, I'm about helping you, baby. But see, all them wasn't. I mean, I had to give it to you now. Joy wasn't in the city, but we can't say the True Colors was definitely that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give it to True Colors. He had a couple of them. But, you know, at one time, you know, that just show you how tight our area was before we just started slinging great dogs around. You know, that feels, buddy. Don't let me start continuing because we'll be back on here another hour. You know, but it's not really a debate when, you know, all these dogs, you know, they had to go through Ohio and Ohio had to go to Detroit to make these dogs famous. And that is definitely the truth. That is definitely true. Don't forget Kenny Gaines was from Ohio, okay? But I would have to give it to Florida. I think Florida beating us right now. I think if you were to add up all of Florida's grand champions, you know, Florida got a lot of grand champions down in here, man. Itchy say, he said the journal with gas, man. It'd be 30 minutes. They put 3 hours in the pot. And the pot would be $500 and they would save 50K. I always wonder how good his dogs were. Hey, Itchy, who you talking about? Oh, Captain Bean. Okay. Yeah, Dynamite was a good one. That was Luther's brother. Dynamite was Luther's brother. Dynamite was True Colors. Yeah, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, New York. I think New York was in New York. I don't think he was in Detroit, but New York Junior was up in Detroit though. It was New York Junior. Am I right though, Mad Dog? New York. He was in New York town. It was Junior that was up in Detroit. And I thought Frank Bunce was a PA man. He just played in Detroit. You know, he hung out with Bunce and company and the SWAT team. You know, these stories would be a whole lot better if there was Joe sitting around here telling the story. Joe Abraham, he could tell you the whole history of Detroit. If there was anybody that could tell you the whole story, it would be Joe Abraham. I would, being everybody else moved out, I would still leave him with the king of the throne. Joe Abraham with McNasty and all these other guys gone. My hat would have to be Joe Abraham. Legendary Joe, Nate and Joe, with True Colors and them gone, man. God rest their soul. Detroit definitely was the mecca of some great dogmen. But so was Ohio. So was Florida. So was guys in New York. So was guys in PA. So was guys in South Carolina. We had a couple of them in North Carolina too. She went Tennessee, Louisiana. It was grand champions every damn where. And in their zones, they had a lot of them. All you got to do is just check your list. But I thought New York. I know, but wasn't that New York Junior though? Because which one lost? One of them New York lost, and I don't think it was the daddy; it was the son. I might be wrong. I know one of them got beat. And I don't know about Hellcat. Hellcat is a storyteller. Okay, he just tells you the story. I mean, if anybody can tell you, Nooney's still alive. We both know Nooney. Go ask. Yeah, yeah. Hellcat did the Nooney interview. Okay, I know that, bro. But I was saying one was New York, and the other one was New York Junior. One of them lost. And I thought New York, he wasn't out of Detroit because he was being matched up there in New York. New York Junior was the one that was in Detroit. And I don't think it was New York Junior that lost. I think it was New York that lost, not Junior. But we can find out. And Frank Bunce, he was definitely a Pennsylvania man. I thought he was. Bunce and Company. Frank Bunce been around. He was playing the Detroit role when he had Bunce and Company, but Frank Bunce was a PA man. He was a Pittsburgh man, Pennsylvania man. Just a little bit before your time, son. Just a little bit before your time. I still remember Bo, Champion Bo. I remember Frankenstein, all these dogs before Joey. Remember Frankenstein, Mike? Well, you already know the original Bounty Hunter had a lot of good dogs. See, they had good dog money though. That definitely was the past, man. Okay, Mike. Before we keep going, let me see. That's why it's hard for me to conceive the thought that dogs are better now than they were back then. Well, Eric Watson. No, Mr. Watson, when I say that, I'm going to have to just say that I'm in agreement with you. Because I find it hard for me to conceive the same thing that you're trying to conceive. We just talked about that. You have more dogs, you have more abundance, you're going to have better dogs. Because guess what? All those dogs coming together, they killing off a lot of shit. Competition is deep. When you got a lot of competition, you're going to have better dogs because only the best one's going to survive. There's so many of them going on. When those numbers get cut down, then where's all the great ones? When the last time we heard of a great dog? I can name one. And what dog of the now has replaced any of the great dogs of the past? It really ain't much to talk about in the now anyway, but I mean, I'm talking about period. Give me one dog that has replaced a great dog. No, ain't nobody knocked off G. Ain't nobody knocked off Frisco. What was it, 13 grand champions, Mike, that made the all-win list? There's only 13 out of all the grand champions they got out there. Only 13 has grand champions and registered married under their pedigree. And we give championship his 24 champions, but he sure ain't got them in the United States, so he gets very little credit for those. Ain't taking nothing away from him. But if you really want to know the truth, if you listen to what a lot of people think, they don't believe he can produce. I believe he can produce. But a lot of people don't believe he's a good producer. They talk about him like they talk about Zebo. And you know we don't give much love to those out of country dogs. It's like going out of the country and then telling every dog over there out of the country is walk them on. They can't never win outside the yard. You know, you don't see no Mexican dog coming over here smashing shit. Even Black Rock can't bring his ass over here and win them all. And they got hella dogs coming from over the border. But even they can't come over here and take over. They get that shit back over that border because, you know, running around trying to find that soft spot, even, you know, come on now. There's no soft spots in the United States, especially if you're trying to look for one. You go looking in the wrong places. Trying to go in the places that he know and do his hot spot. he does come over with some great dogs, though. I got to give it. Black Rock is the new Ricky Jones. Yeah, Black Rock is the new Ricky Jones, y'all. But they ain't taking over nothing. They got some great dogs, though. You want to look for one. Let's go in. It's over. Hey, guys, let's get some thumbs up in this joint.
All right, fellas. All right, fellas, help me out here. Help me out. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight, hanging out there with us. Definitely talking them dogs. Hopefully you learned something tonight. You know, just give you insight where things started and which way the direction things are going. But if you got anything out of this conversation tonight, which you should have, I need y'all to help me out and give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, show me some damn roses. Roses. We need damn roses. Y'all show that love. And I want to thank everybody who showed up to show out tonight. I appreciate everybody. For sure, if you just go ahead and hit that like button, it makes it more of a rememberable night. Again, fellas, one of the things that we try to do here is, you know, enjoy the entertainment part. You know, listen to the stories, listen to the information. You know, once again, I ain't seen nobody pop up, you know, but I don't know. Sometimes I'll be wondering, you know, but look, we ain't here to scare nobody off. We ain't here to scare nobody off. What we're here to do is open up a platform where you can discuss history and, you know, the things that you've learned. The truth. You know, and let's try to get close to the truth of the matter. You know, there's a lot of guys that, you know, they sit on that back street and there's a lot of history out here. You know, big shout out to all my dog, man, Backstreet and the Shark Tank. You know, you're always going to be appreciated. And and if we don't do nothing, if we don't get nothing out of this whole YouTube experience, man, the one thing I want to get out of this, man, is hope that all the dogmen, the Mo be mentioning, all the people that had so much to do with our history, all them dogs that that you see in your pedigree, but you don't know nothing about. All them men that was in that certain area, nobody's writing no books about them. Nobody's really talking about them. And 20 years from now, we all remember them.
Like we remember
Earl Tudor and Maurice Carver. Remember Earl Tudor, Maurice Carver, and Leitner and Kobe. Can you remember the McNasty's? Then I'm gonna let Mo handle that because I need that. It needs to be important, Mo. This is your one chance. I'm gonna give you a chance to run your list because I want people to remember these people.
Loctite out of Ohio, out of Ohio. Behind North Coast Combine out of Ohio. What's my man that had Ramrod? Oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Ramrod. They had Tramp out of Ohio. Mile, Ohio Cash. Bill Struthers. Kenny Gaines. Now we're gonna run around New York. Arsenal Kennels. Let me see. Strictly Business. Gator Boys. The Fonz. Sean B. The Bishop Brothers. Captain America. Andre Giroux. Ozzie Stevens. Supernat. You don't see these guys in the books. The Yankee Boys. RC and the So-So Boys. Jihad, we can't give up Jihad. Jihad started off as a rookie and came up strong in the end. Gotta give Jihad some love. Man, Hardcore, Stone City, Cuban Missile Link, Latin Connection, Latin Force, Southern Kennels, Deep South, Big Apple, the Rock Boys out of Rochester, Rock Combine. Let me see. Yep, Church Boys out of Tennessee. Yeah, we got Bluegrass. Yeah, but they be, he ain't in the book a lot. So we gotta go with Bluegrass. We said Mama, all right. Ohio Players. Old Catfish out of Ohio. My boy T.O. out of Ohio. Tom Ratliff. Frank Rocker out of Ohio. Who else we got? I'm just naming all the guys, that I know those those are guys that, that need to replace them old names. The names that I've named, you go back down through there. I did say True Colors. If I missed him, Ram with Flash and them dogs. He had more than just Flash. He had a few. OG Posse. Westside Hoorah. Grim Reaper. What's that one dude that started with an S? Stitzy. Started with S, ended with a Z. Yeah, he was a late starter. He came in around 2004, went on a hell of a run. Another good one out of the Detroit area. Georgia had a lot of great ones too. Let's see, they have books for the breeders, but not for the black handlers. Might have to use aliases, but ask their permission. If they did, they can't say no. And when it comes to history, you really go on what remember, it's what you know, not what you believe. You know, you try to give them what you know, not what you believe. So that's the only way it can make it legit. It's just go in with what you know. Yeah, we need. It would make a good thing if we would just put all these guys together, because there is not a book with those names in, and their dogs. Brother Night Paul, Big Leonard. We can even talk about Fat Stan, BLB. You know, there's just so many of them out there. You know, so you know, it just would make good conversation. We talk about them. Pit stop. We got to talk about pit stop. Yeah, pit stop was a good one. The Mechanic Dog was definitely a good one. Windy City Combine, another good one. What was my boy up there in Chicago? CCNM. What was their name? You already know I'm talking about. The boxer. He used to box. Remember, they went in the twist. CCNM. He had the glasses. Jeff. Ain't his name Jeff? I know y'all know I'm talking about. Out of Chicago. Ain't they CCNM? CCM. I had Jeff the boxer, wore those thick glasses. He used to box. What was the name of that kennel? I know y'all, somebody know. I guarantee you. I bet you somebody gonna say it. But I know his name was Jeff. He used to box on. He used to be a boxer too. He had some good dogs. He had some how to fight dogs. He went in the Twisted. Original Bounty Hunter. Yes, he was Dog of the Year. Yeah, but remember, he also had Street Sweeper. No, was the Doucette was from Ohio or was he from Detroit? Which one? Thought he was from Ohio, and I thought he move down into the Cajun zone, or he was just selling dogs down there, because a lot of his dogs ended up down there in the Cajun country. You know, that's one of them things we got to pull up and look into, Mr. Doucette, because you know I don't want anybody taking credit for him. Original Bounty Hunter. Don't forget, he had Street Sweeper. He actually made the cover, didn't he? I want to give a bit. You know, Luther made Dog of the Year in one of them books. I think that was 1985, either 1985. The Luther made Dog of the Year. But you know, shit.
I want to give a big shout out to the boys with the goods coming through, showing up with a 5-piece, showing the love. He said, just a few more roses for y'all. Muscles. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to my man Tony, Itchy, Milltown, Terrence, Mr. Eric Watson, MB for Fire. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Tony Montana, showing the love. I see you, fam. Itchy, as always, fam. Big shout out to my man, RBG Lone Wolf, as always, showing that love.
Let me get Pit Dog. He showed his presence today.
Big shout out to Pit Dog, Bloodthirst. I feel you, fam. Mad Doctor, as always, appreciate the love, fam. Hey, y'all, as we close out tonight, you know, if you get anything out of these conversations, when you go back home and you start looking, around as you're doing your dogs, and you're trying to figure out what did I hear last night? And you think about it. If you ain't got no cameras around your yard, just think about it. If you ain't checked your chains in a minute, you know, hopefully these kind of conversations make you just think about it. If you really want to be a real dog man after these type of conversations, stop and really think about it. Because that's what 99.9% of the real dog man, and I say the real dog man, and I say that with respect based on their accomplishments. Remember, there's a lot of them out there that we don't give the respect that they're due on a major level because some of them just didn't look at those accomplishments as something that they wanted to talk about. But even the ones in your area that you know, I always say, represent them, because if you don't talk about them, how are people ever going to know, and respect their work? Because a lot of that work that y'all don't never hear about, the man said it in his own article. He knew plenty of them out there. Plenty of them. And he was the editor of the damn takeover of the journal. But to just know that the man and the dog deserve more respect, need to be talked about. That's all we do. We don't live all over the country. We can only tell you our story. But there's so many other stories out there that could be told. Some of these men are dead and gone. But they had a major impact on your history. Who knows? You go to talking about them, and before you know it, there's a lot of people who gonna know. A lot of people who had them type of dogs. Like for us, we didn't get popular because we didn't sell dogs. But didn't stop people from coming to the yard. Didn't stop people from asking about getting dogs. Not everybody's sitting up here doing what we do, but then there's a lot of them out here who share the same time period and the same love for the dogs, who just sit back and just enjoy listening. But for me, the matter of the fact is, it's important that you guys know. Not believe, but know. And you know how we feel about knowing. When you know something, you know based on the facts. Now, people can argue about anything, but one thing, facts is facts. You can interpret facts all you want. They do it in the courtrooms every day. So what's the best way to handle facts? Don't leave no room for question. That's how facts work. Leave no room for question. And most of the time, you got to go a long way to not to believe what you see. Sometimes those are the most shocking things in your life, is the things that you see. It's hard to tell me about something that I know I seen. The first thing gonna come out my mouth is, "Was you there?" Because I was there. I know what I seen. Oh yeah, so and so, yeah, he was there, but he said this. Well, I mean, he's only telling you based on his truth. That's his truth. But I was there too, and I know what I seen. So we just, we're gonna be one of the moments where you agree to disagree. But one thing I've learned about this game, and I hope you guys learn too, not everybody can have these dogs, but it is a great pleasure that comes with a big responsibility just to be a part of this community. And I just want y'all to know I have been proud, participant in this community for damn near over half of my life. So yeah, I have a whole lot of respect for the dogs, the history of the dogs, men of the past, and look forward to at least having some type of history for the future, because this game has survived centuries. There's no reason for me to believe that they're going to stop surviving. And they could have never done it without the dog and the dog men. So my big shout out goes to all my dog men and your dogs. Because in order to survive around this game, you better always, as he said, you better always. I mean, damn it, you better always scratch the win. Act like you know, man.
Love you all, fellas. Stay safe, be right, be real.
Hey, man, we'll be back here Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Hopefully, more will go into the book. But until then, man, y'all stay safe. Stay true. Keep on bulldog. You got anything else you want to throw in that, Mo?
Number love, baby. Number love. Hey, man. Shout out to J-Bo. We got you, J-Bo. We forgot. Who else we forget? We forgot
J-Bo, Non-Stop. There's a couple, man. There's a whole lot of
we got Rudy.
We forgot Super Kennels.
Yeah, we got boys up there say Pete.
Gotta eat. Oh my gosh.
Still gotta eat.
Yeah. Oh my God. Stop it, man. It's getting late, man. There we go. We're on small shit, man.
Scratch Liner, Beach Boys, Gangville. Come on, man. We be going on 12 o'clock. Yeah, Latino family. That's right. Latino Ray. That's who it was. Latino Ray. Yes, sir. Yeah, Latino Ray and them. That's right.
Appreciate that. Hey, appreciate that. Bugs with the goods. That's who it was. He said, take down Kennels, Noriega.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Feel you, fam. Like I said, big shout out to all my dog men in the house. I know y'all out there. Share the love. Don't ever let them forget where they come from, fam. That's all I'm saying. Because in order to know where you're going, you better remember where you come from.
Yes, sir. Couldn't say it better than that, baby. Yes, sir. Just give me one. Give me one for that one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to give him all that.
Well, let me give you some more of that. How about that? All right.
Third.
Yeah. Let's see where we're going. Let me get right here, right quick. Hey, man, before I get up out of here, I just need one more chance to tell y'all, show some love for all my people who gave up them super chats, people who hit that like button, the people, that hit them thumbs up and the muscles. If you haven't done that yet, here's another chance. Just out of a little bit of consideration for all the ones who did. Come on now. It ain't got to be a row full. It could be one or two. But give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses, roses. We need them damn roses. Just mess up the screen, y'all. Let's get silly with it. Get silly with it. Yeah.
Go Dogman crazy. That's right, y'all. Show some love. Think you got the bag? I don't mind bagging. Please. 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 I'm a good dog with Jacob. 80 days. Hey. Bitch, y'all gonna hear that shit, gonna call me because y'all fuck you, bitch.
Look it. We gonna do this like Judy. We gonna beat this like you did. Okay? So keep it real. Play the game. Know the name. He here. Baby, he here. He here. Man. And you Friday. Keep it real.